I'm gonna kill myself.
Me too.
We
Fuck this
each
world.
have our parts to play. Alrighty.
Is this a level?
We are live. Hold up.
It
Let me
is.
also go public. Okay, we now are really live. Hello, people who are watching this stream.
Hello.
How are you doing? And if you're watching the recording, that just means that my internet wasn't working properly, so I had to upload the recording, so it is on the stream. So, wouldn't that be fun? It wouldn't actually. But yes, hello everyone. Today we're going to talk about Sonic 2, because that is a fun film. And Thuglas is here. Hi, Thuglas.
Hello.
Hello. And CV is going to be here, but he's late because, you know, he's CV, so that's to be expected. But, yeah. Hello there. Hello, Big Bug Critic. I am just posting the stream on the server.
We got a nice blend of people here for Sonic.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a French person, we have an American, and we have stinky British people and me. So.
Oh, we'll evade you again. Don't test us.
Oh no.
Well, technically, you do count as American, Sky.
I guess because
Yes.
because I'm part of the Americas, so that is not
Yes.
like untrue.
I am sport.
Latinx. You're the Latinx branch. Oh, what the fuck is this level?
I don't know what's worse, saying Latinx or Latinx, because either one is retarded.
All I've got to do is just hold R2 and I'll win. Nice. Thanks, game.
Yes. But yeah, Sonic 2, fun film. But as you can tell, Jep's playing Lego Skywalker Saga, and I did actually want to talk about that game for a bit because that game has been annoying me quite a lot. So Jeb, what are your thoughts on Lego Skywalker Saga as of now?
So I'm currently finally on Rise of Skywalker, so I've played a good chunk now.
You started in Phantom Menace?
Yeah, and I've played all the way through.
Right.
I'm not happy. I'm really not happy. The problem is, this game is the definition of style over substance. It's like, oh, how pretty can we make a location? Or how cool can we make animations as such? And then they don't think about the gameplay aspect, or even the world building at points. They kind of forget about that. But like, there's some really weird design choices. So one I found out today, which I tweeted about, if you play No Snoke, whatever, the one where the throne room. Firstly, you can't pick your own characters to go in there. You're started with the story characters, and then you can swap. Don't know why, but that's the thing. But secondly, if you play as those story characters at all during a really long drawn out corridor section, you are locked at a walking speed. Those two characters can't run. And they're key characters and quite common skin. So it's like, why? Why is this a thing? And I don't even know why you're locked at walking speed to story mode anyway. There's no reasoning. And it's just stuff like that all through the game where I'm just like, this is so easy to solve, but you've been lazy here.
Yeah, the game has some really weird design choices.
Very rushed pacing as well, so...
Yeah. I started with A New Hope. New Hope was fine. Oh, A New Hope was good. I'm okay saying A New Hope was good as a level. But Empire was a huge downgrade. So far Jedi has been better, but yeah, Empire was not good at all because it had so many fucking instances of the game where I'm like, oh, I just walked from point A to point B and that is the entire level. Or like the Vader fight, which is the most underwhelming thing ever. It is just like you spam R2 to throw the lightsaber, and then when it starts blocking, you get close, he throws you away, and then you start throwing the lightsaber again. And that's all you have to do until you get a quick time event, and that's it. It's like there's no variation. You're just doing the exact same thing, but like over 3 different parts of the map. But then the issue comes where like you're playing it, but between one part of the boss and the next, you gotta walk to another part, but you walk in very slow speed because you're like looking for Vader and you got your lightsaber up, like prepared to fight him. And so if you want to explore, it takes a huge amount of time because you can't go fast. Even if you switch to R2, you can't sprint. So it's like you're locked at this super slow speed if you actually want to like get everything. So yeah, not great.
I will say, Jedi, once you play through it all, it's worse.
Really?
The Palpatine boss fight is hilariously bad because what happens is you deflect his lightning back at him.
Mm-hmm.
You're against some guards, beat them, deflect your lightning back at him. He jumps down, QTE, jumps up some guards, and repeat, something like that. But you're not doing any combat.
So
with
the
Palpatine.
the episode 3 version of the Palpatine fight is way better than.
Yes, way better.
Yeah.
The worst boss fight is going to be Luke versus Kylo Ren because you just press buttons.
I mean,
It's just a QTE.
Oh, okay.
That's all it is. And
so far the worst one for me was in the beginning of Jedi when you're fighting. As Luke, you're fighting that big monster. You fall into a pit with, Rancor, I think is the name of the monster.
Rancor, yes.
Yeah, that was really bad because it is virtually impossible for him to hit you if you have like one brain cell and you just keep spamming square until it moves to attack you, and then you jump out of the way, and then you just keep spamming square. And there are points where, like, if you're standing behind the Rancor and you keep hitting him, he will attack in front of him, so you don't even have to dodge because the game didn't program it right. So that was a terrible fight. Like, you don't do anything special. You're really just going close to him and pressing square. So that fight really annoyed me.
In Luke versus Kylo, you press the buttons that come up one at a time, and then you do it the second time, but it's longer. Third time, but it's longer. Fourth time, but it's longer. That's it.
Jeb, I thought you liked it in Unleashed.
I don't. On an ironic note, I don't really care for Unleashed, but at least the animations are more. What's the word? Diverse. They're more exaggerated. Someone asked, is this better or worse than Lego Marvel Super Heroes 2? And
that's why I'm on the strike, you know that, right?
Yes, I'm enjoying it more than that. Whether it's better, I need to play the free play.
Yeah. The free play in Lego Marvel Super Heroes was atrocious. So as long as this game gets that better than that, then it should be a walk in the park.
I prefer the story here because of how drawn out Super Heroes 2 is.
I mean, it's kind of weird because like Lego Marvel Super Heroes show is bad in basically every way, right? But this game is like there's so many like amateur things about it, or and the amount of time they spent making this game just kind of baffles me. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd still say Lego Marvel Super Heroes was the worst Lego game I've played, but yeah, this game is bad as well. It has loads of
the Skywalker Saga is so disappointing, and
yeah. The trench run is the only level where I'm like, I want to replay this. It's the only level I loved. The rest is like
really?
I tolerate. Yeah, I thought the level was like the best level in the game, so far anyway. I don't.
Just a question: Did any of you get a bug in the space battle of episode 1? Because Vulture droid stopped spawning at some point, so I was blocked.
Oh yeah, I've heard that happen to a lot of people.
Yeah.
So that's fun. This game has loads of glitches like that. Like I was playing last night, I recorded and sent the clip where I was in the open world in Tatooine in the beginning of Jedi after I freed Han, and there was a kyber brick that I could get doing like a small puzzle. So I was using Luke from episode 6. She was Jedi mind trick. She unlock the door and then get inside, and and then inside there's a thing I gotta explode. So like, okay, I'm gonna get a villain, get a grenade. When I chose the villain, the game just basically locked me out of changing characters, and yeah, basically I couldn't choose a new character unless I got into a level. And even if I close the game and open it again, it would get me back the characters I had before. But if I change them again, then I can't change them back. And it's like no idea why that was happening. It doesn't happen anywhere else. It hasn't happened anywhere else. So it was really confusing. I don't know if it's just like Tatooine is glitched or something, but yeah.
My worst glitch, Slow came upon it, you mate, in TFA when you're in the Star Killer base and you're trying to get to Phasma. You have to kill 30 stormtroopers, and there's meant to be 2 that go inside in this like room thing that you open, but they didn't go inside, so I had to keep trying to grenade them from the outside and hope they didn't go far away enough where I had to restart the level. Took me 20 minutes.
Jesus. Yeah.
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 By the way, both Dooku's fight sucked.
Yeah, I just spammed R2.
Yeah.
Most fights are just that. Oh yeah, the Jabba fight. That was also awful.
Well, I don't even know what that was.
Yeah, it's like, so Jabba's sitting there, you go to him and you hit him, and then next level he gets out some guards, you kill all of them, and then you gotta beat the little monkey thingy, and then when you do, you go punch Jabba again, and then repeat the cycle once more, and then Jabba is beaten. And that is it. Like, and you're using R2 as well, and if you can't properly use Leia because of the chain, so you're just stuck using the same moves over and over. And R2 obviously doesn't have the best moves or fastest moves, and you can't shoot from range because it's R2. So, yeah.
Also, I call bullshit. Why can't R2 fly in this game? That's
I
don't understand.
I was thinking that when I was playing that mission when I was on the ship. I was like, wait, why can't I fly with R2 or hover at least? It's so weird.
Well, another weird thing is, in TFA, you got 2 moments where Finn gets the lightsaber, and it says you can throw it with the prompt, but you can't because you're Finn. But then in the final boss fight, when Rey gets the lightsaber and she should be able to throw it, you're not allowed to throw it.
Bruh.
But the prompt is also still there.
Oh, that's...
But because of story-wise, where she's ahead of Luke at this point, I don't understand.
Speaking of Lego, has anyone seen Jay's coverage of Lego Star Wars? Yeah, that was a fantastic video.
I did.
Yes.
I have watched it twice.
It's very good.
Yeah, really recommend it.
It's
also, Jay
good.
uploaded today her first impressions of Skywalker Saga to her second channel, so I'm curious to watch that. It's basically her opening the game and playing it for like an hour for the first time. So yeah. And I've heard her saying on streams that she doesn't think the game is good, so I'm interested to see what she has to say.
I watched most of that video. She was more positive than I expected, but she was critical of a lot of elements of it. She liked the pod racing level.
Yeah, which I've heard the pod racing level in Skywalker Saga is not good from what people have told me.
No.
I don't.
No, it's not.
It just suddenly switches you suddenly to first person mode, and you're struggling to tell where the fuck you're going or what's going on.
Yeah.
You're just kind of going with it.
And turning is super awkward as well, so...
Yeah, it's really sluggish.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, I think... I would definitely say like the best part of this game is like the ship parts, like rather than the actual missions, because I think the space battles and stuff like that is way better designed than every other part of the game. Because like when I gotta go to like another planet, I get into a ship and then I spent like half an hour just doing random space battles because I think it's way more fun. Or there's basically a time trial where you gotta get below 45 seconds, all 18 checkpoints, to get a character, and that was actually kind of challenging because you gotta like make sure you don't miss anyone at any checkpoint because otherwise you're basically fucked. but you also can't use your boost too much because it makes turning harder, so it makes it harder to get the checkpoints. So I was like, you actually gotta use your brain to do this, and I thought it was like well designed. So yeah, I'm very
You gotta use your
positive.
brain.
Nice.
Well, yeah, but the rest of the game you don't have to use your brain, Jab. Let's be honest. But yeah, I
Well-
think everything like in terms of space, like driving around your spaceship and shit like that, it is way better than any of the ground levels where you're like doing stuff. Which is also why I think the trench run was so good. There was, a level, part of a main story level, but it was like the ships and shit like that. So yeah.
Are there any ships levels other than this one in the OT, or just the trench run?
There's definitely another one.
But there was the Hoth fight in the beginning of Empire, which was not great because it was basically you'd have to do the same thing 5 times. Which is just you get close to an 80 yeah, TST. I always confuse the two. Anyway, you gotta get close to one, press square, then you drive around it, and then it falls down, and then you shoot at it, and that's it. And you do that 5 times. So, yeah.
I hate the boost mechanic so much.
The boosts on the
It's-
ships.
It's so like at times it will boost, at times it will not boost.
Yeah.
I have not had that issue at all.
I've
It is
noticed it many
perfectly
times.
functional for me.
What happens for me, it's mainly in the X-Wings, because there's an animation when you can tell they're boosting. If I sometimes do it, it just doesn't do it, or whilst boosting it, stops boosting suddenly, with no explanation.
Yeah. I get the impression it has some delay sometimes.
Yeah, I do agree that has some delay. Also, the dodge mechanic is not the best.
No.
Because for example, if you you dodge backwards as your ship is turning, it takes like 3 seconds when it's already pointing where you're going, where you can't change the direction, but you can get shot. So it's like there's nothing you can do because you can't aim at anything to shoot at it when you're being shot. And so that is something that I don't like in the space battles. So yeah, even the aspect that I said that I like the most about this game, it is not perfect. So yeah.
It's just so
Yeah.
I prefer it over Mega Man Super S2, but that's not a high bar.
Yeah. What don't you prefer with that? Bob and Jungle Fly, but Archu can't. Yeah.
And the combat's a bit. It's better, but it's still. Yeah. It's just.
Is it better?
I'd say so because there's more variety in it. You're not entirely button mashing, but a lot of the time you still are.
I'd say I'm like when I have a character with a blaster, I just hold R2 and aim, and that's all I do because it's the
Yeah.
most effective way. Because beating them up with melee is not nearly as easy. Just using the meta.
I got a funny story with that. So I was playing The Force Awakens. I was Finn, I want to say, and I was shooting my blaster at one of the troopers.
Mhm.
They were blocking it with their gun. So I aimed at their legs because obviously they're not blocking with their legs, like their leg area. Nope, still counts as blocking. When they lose their gun, I was shooting at them. Somehow they're still blocking with their hands.
They're using force power to block the blaster shot.
I was like, oh, okay, game. So I had to melee them. Every
Right.
shot was failing, and I don't know why.
Yeah, one thing at least I can say is like if you ground pound, that is not as OP because it doesn't just kill basically every fucking enemy all at once, like in the complete saga. So it's not as easy to just spam ground pound because you're not just gonna kill everyone at once. But yeah.
I'm on Kajimi.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, no. Hold on. But
Fine.
yeah, Skywalker Saga is disappointing.
To say the least. Yeah.
Yeah. I have a video planned on Lego games just in general, so I've been recording my Skywalker Saga gameplay. and I might just also make a review of Skywalker Saga. Maybe not a long one, but yeah, I'm very disappointed in this game, so I do want to make a video about it potentially because
Say,
yeah,
Sky,
it is sad.
how many people do you expect to tell you to touch grass
I
on
imagine
these videos?
at least half, half of
Yeah.
everyone. Yeah, I actually started playing Elden Ring, and every time I go to touch grace, I'm like, oh, touch grass. Like my brain just reads that as grass. So such is life.
The
I see
correct
for
one
yeah.
to read it.
Po, I don't need to hide. I can literally take them all on you. Game.
Oh yeah, there was that reminds me, there's a moment in Empire when you're escaping to get to the Millennium Falcon, and Boba Fett starts shooting at you from Slave One, and there are points where the ship will be in a corner of the screen where you can't shoot with the turret. Even though you're supposed to even shoot the missiles when they're coming at you, but you can't because they're out, not out of the range of the turrets. So you just gotta take the hit because there's literally nothing you can do. So, yeah, very well designed game. Definitely not rushed.
Yay.
But yeah, that was our 20-minute conversation on Skywalker Saga. But now for the main course, Sonic 2, the film that Jab keeps coming over for the past few weeks. So Jab, Sonic 2.
I can't.
Yeah.
I can't blame
Right.
him. I can't blame him for coming all over it because
Yeah.
it's just good, you know.
So, Sonic 2. If you know me, you know this was my most anticipated film, even over the Batman. Yeah, sue me. After Sonic 1, it was like, wait, we've actually got something here, and then they announced Knuckles, and then there was the trailers, and yada yada yada. So I went to see it on the day it came out with my partner, Kara. And I was shocked in a good way because what I was expecting was just a fun film that I would enjoy more than the first. If it's not well written, it's not well written. I came out of it and I was like, wait, no, there's actually good writing in this, and it's the best video game film I think that's out there. Definitely better than the first film.
Yes.
Definitely better than the first film. It doesn't beat Arcane for best video game adaptation. From what I've seen of Arcane, is much better. But this film, man, if you're not a fan of the franchise, it's still something that's digestible and enjoyable, and you understand nearly everything. I wouldn't say
can
everything.
confirm.
I wouldn't say everything just because there's some like lore bits that fans are going to know more about, but there's enough there. But if you're a fan of Sonic, this is like a dream come true in the sense that for so long, Sonic, Tails, and especially Knuckles have fallen under misconceptions in the public. So, like, Knuckles is a retard now, but Knuckles never was one. He was just vain and very focused. Whereas here, he's written amazingly. He's written as if you would expect Drax to be. Like, I'd expect James
Yeah.
Gunn to do this with this character.
Yeah, he felt very much like Drax.
Just, yeah, there's so much to say, and it was so good. Makes me very hyped for Sonic 3. I think Sonic 3, as long as it builds on this, especially in improving the human element, God knows what that could be like. And if Jim Carrey returns, especially, because he was outstanding in this film.
Yeah. I still think he was
Overall,
better in
yeah,
the first film, but yeah.
I think he was better here. On rewatch, I came to the conclusion because he was a lot more cartoony in this one. I don't know. I think it's better here. But overall, yeah, I loved it. Enjoyment wise, it's a 10 out of 10, to be quite honest.
Fuck the wedding. No.
I'll,
Cannot give it a 10.
on both watches.
But yeah, Sonic 2. good film.
Great film.
Yeah. Zod and Tin, y'all watched it like yesterday and today. So, Zod, you go first, I guess, because you watched it. Definitely went to theaters and paid money for it and watched the best version available. So, what did you think of Sonic 2, Zod?
Yeah, of course, very legal.
Shut up! I don't want to hear your thoughts. You didn't pay money.
Of course I did. What are you talking about? I'd
Fuck
never do
off.
something like that. Yeah, so I have no history with the Sonic franchise whatsoever.
Fuck you.
I think I might
Go
have played a
finance
few
the
of the
third
games.
movie, you hack.
I played a few of the games like years ago, I think, but it was so long ago that I barely remember them. I certainly didn't remember anything in terms of like characters or anything like that. So I was pretty much going in like completely blind, and yeah, I was impressed. It's an extremely enjoyable film to say the least. Like, it was been said, but Jim Carrey is just he's perfect basically. Just really great casting there. In fact, it's great casting all around, really. Like, Idris Elba as Knuckles, he does such a great job.
Yeah.
He's not the first person. I assume he's not like the first person most people would have thought of, but he really does. Like, he puts his all into it, and he has some of my favourite comedic moments in the film. What else can I say? Yeah, characters.
Tails.
I said it on Tails, yeah. I was on Twitter, but I was more pleasantly surprised with the characters than I thought I'd be. A lot of great writing went into it that makes them really solid arcs. It all comes together really well, and seeing everyone sort of team up in the final act, it was very satisfying. And for fans of the games, it must have been like fucking cum worthy. Yeah, but yeah, that's pretty much all I can say at the minute. Brilliant film.
Just to address something. Someone said Jim Carrey's retiring. He said he is considering retirement, but he would return if a script was good enough for him, and the producers of the Sonic 2 film are confident he'll return for free, but not 100%.
Yeah, and I honestly can't see non-Jim Carrey Robotnik at this point, so I really hope he returns. But yeah, Sonic 2. I really liked that film. I thought the character work for Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles was really fantastic. Wasn't a big fan of Sonic until they got to the wedding when Tails was injured, and then he got some really fantastic stuff, and then him running to stop Robotnik, running through the ocean. That was like a fantastic fucking scene. And then they actually made the "gotta go fast" line not cringe, so well done.
Yes.
Yes.
And honestly, the
King
soundtrack
shit.
in this film was phenomenal, and at that moment, it's like fucking hell, very hype. Plus, Tails, fantastic character, and seeing it that he still wanted to go help Sonic, even though he was like basically passing out, was really really neat. So yeah, and obviously Knuckles, who feels like he's straight out of a James Gunn property. His conversation with Sonic on the beach was, I think, my favorite scene in the film. So yeah, there's a lot of fantastic character stuff, and yeah, on a technical level, it's also brilliant. Like, it has some of the best CGI I've ever seen. Not perfect. There are a few scenes that are a bit dodgy, but mostly it really holds up. So I was really impressed by that. So yeah, really love the film. I think it's like on like a quality level, like a 7 or 8. But I had a lot of fun watching it. So enjoyment's like a 9. And yeah, Thuglas, what did you think?
First of all, I saw it first. which is nice. I told Jeb how good it was, and he couldn't, say. I couldn't say anything, so I was really, really excited. Well, it's like an 11 in terms of enjoyment for me because it was. I'm a Tails fan, so I was quite happy to see him be respected for once. So yeah, I don't have much more to add because this movie rocks. It's like around a 7 or 8, but yeah, it's plain old great.
Yeah, and apparently Tin's mic isn't working, so I guess we're just gonna have to live without her input on this film. So, such is life, I
The-
guess.
The
And-
fights.
Can't-
I want to quickly talk about the fight scenes because you got to consider, as a normal moviegoer or like someone who's critical, this is mostly visual effects that are interactive with each other, and like the Sonic versus Knuckles fight was like insane to see. Especially when they go head to head and they're just punching each other and then they kind of separate.
Yeah, there's that moment
use
where
bounce as
Knuckles
well,
was
so-
like on the stairs and Sonic kept like turning into a ball and going jumping at
bouncing.
him.
Yes.
Nice.
That was amazing. I love that.
I was just like, bounce breaks at the time.
Yeah.
S- all of Sonic's animations when he's in motion were great. Like when he spin dashed through Labyrinth Zone, I was like,
Yeah.
yo.
It's so smooth. I love it.
Then when Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles are all running and you get the 3 streaks of light as if it was Sonic Heroes. I think,
Also, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, the most impressive thing, and it doesn't get spoken about, is when Tails spawns many versions of him and they're all moving, and that takes a hell of a lot of time to do, and they did that very well.
Mm.
Yeah.
I also thought they used the character's abilities to like the best possible way they could have. Like,
Yes.
Tin is stupid. Okay. Tin, can you hear us now?
Oh,
Yes, because I was in a rush to get back up because I was cold for dinner. I put the wrong fucking earphone in, so I thought my audio was fucked.
You're so
See,
stupid,
normal people-
Jesus.
Yes, I
Normal-
know.
Normal people prepare beforehand.
You're a genius. Tim.
Normal people would put the two earphones on to check which one is the one working, but
I know which one works. It's the left one, and I thought I put the left one in,
Oh,
but
apparently you don't.
clearly you did. Oh well, you dope people.
At least you're here on like CV still.
Yeah, CV said
Yeah.
he was gonna be 15 minutes late, and it has now been 40 minutes. So yeah, but
I just not give my thoughts on the film, or just
give me
ignore
one
it?
sec.
No, give your
You will-
thoughts.
1 sec. I gotta fucking fuck. Okay, hold on. What do you think EFAP would say about this movie? I have a
I can
hard
comment
time,
on
but
this.
I have a hard time knowing what EFAP would believe about things now because I don't think their standards are that consistent. But I assume that EFAP would give it like a 5 and praise the character work.
Yeah.
That
Why?
is
I can.
what I'd say.
I know what's been said.
Okay.
So Mauler did Skywalker Saga stream today.
Okay.
I haven't seen what Friggy said exactly. I want to make that clear.
Oh yeah,
But
there was
Mauler
this
has-
stream with Fringy and Meadow, right? Talking about Sonic 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, but I know what Mauler has said. Mauler has said he has not seen the film, but he said Fringy found it a lot of fun and he hopes it is fun. That's all. I have a feeling that Sky would be right if I had to make an assumption that they would praise the character work and have issues with the plot, but still find it an enjoyable film nonetheless.
Mm.
Yeah,
Like
I-
the Suicide Squad, basically.
Yeah, which is fine.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Depends on our arguments, but It is what it is.
Yeah, but now
'Cause-
Tin, if you would like to share your thoughts, it's your turn. Go
Right.
for it. Go nuts.
Again, sorry
Read your
about all
notes.
that. Sorry about all that. I'm stupid. I know.
You are, yes.
No, you are genius.
Right. Because I fucking wrote my notes on, so I wasn't saying Earth. I meant so. Right. So fuck. Right. Yeah. So I've got little to no experience with the franchise. Like, I think I watched maybe Sonic Underground when I was a kid, because I've still got the theme song in my head, like all these years later. So that's how much I watched it.
Sonic on the ground.
Yeah, exactly.
I know it.
And I also played the Mario and Sonic games on the DS. Like, that's where most of my introduction to Sonic came from. So, like, I'm pretty much a newbie, but like, both the first one and this one really appealed to me. Like, it was just fun. It was just a fun video game movie. It's just, and like, looking back, the first one's kind of meh, to be honest. But like, this one's actually genuinely great. Like stuff like Jim Carrey actually like again, I don't have much experience with like classic Eggman. Honestly, I have more experience with the fucking fandom Eggman. That's how much I don't know about the originals. But like, what I do know is that he actually acted a lot like what I've seen. Like, he seemed very over the top and very goofy, but in like a still menacing way, which is very much the Eggman way. Also, I gotta say, like you mentioned how like Knuckles seemed like very sort of Draxy-ish, how like he seemed very sort of. Actually, I sort of noticed how he seemed like very. I don't want to say stilted, but like just. How would I describe it? Like, not stilted, but
Focused.
yeah, very focused. Like a lot of
Stoic?
time, like, it seems like he just.
Yeah.
The way I would put it, it seemed like. Well, the thing that went through my mind when watching the film was that like. It seemed like maybe English wasn't like his. It seemed like his English wasn't like his first language or something. That's the sort of thing I got. Obviously, it's not the same thing, but like the way he just sort of spoke just sort of gave us that sort of vibe. Also, just he's hilarious. Like, honestly, a lot of the jokes, like especially at the end, where like the fucking joke about the truck being his chariot of victory killed me.
Mhm.
Oh, one joke I really like was there were the drones in front of him, and he was like, "Oh, you're gonna fight me," and the
Oh, yeah.
music swells, and
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
you
that's
think
fair.
these fucking metal beings are gonna be able to? Oh, it's stairs. And the drones are forming stairs. I'm just climbing up the.
I loved
love
the
this.
dot.
Oh yeah, that bit was.
Yeah, I love that. The
Yes.
entire audience was
That's my
just
favourite
dying at
part.
that. It was just
Yeah.
him going dot 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 for like a minute.
It's so funny.
I liked the hand crushing ritual he had.
Oh yeah, that was great as well. Every time
Yeah.
he shook
And-
someone's hand, their hand
Also,
was
I know
broken.
I know for certain it probably wasn't intentional, but Eggman saying he could show him the way, I know that just gave me a chuckle.
Oh, that was definitely intentional. I 100%
That was
believe it was.
intentional. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think they would do that without knowing what it would cause. Because like when I was watching it in theaters, there were people behind me started laughing. I'm like, "What? I don't understand why you're laughing. It's like the most standard line." And then someone said, "Do you know the way?" I was like, "Oh yeah, that's the meme." I completely forgot about the meme. So for me it was funnier because I didn't know what the joke was, and I just heard someone say it in theaters, and then I realized what it was.
Yeah. And also, unfortunately, stuff, because I'm literally reading off notes right now, so I don't sound like a retard, but it's going to be controversial, but the Lens subplot actually didn't bother me that much. Yeah, I know Sky wants to kill me for that, but
No, I've been joking. It's not that bad. I mean, I didn't like not have a good time. It is just it feels completely
just-
out of left field in the film.
yeah, I didn't even say it did sort of come out of nowhere, but like, just everything being so like kind of like over the top and just goofy out. I just went along for the ride for it. I was just like, fuck it, just have fun.
Well, it felt like a
It's not-
fucking Adam Sandler direct to Netflix rom com,
Yeah,
which is
that's
something
why
I
just-
don't
that's why I sort of
like.
went along with it, because it just seemed. It seemed so out of place that it was almost funny, so that's just sort of why I liked it.
Yeah, I thought it was like, oh, they just made this like a silly, stupid fucking rom com, rather than actually going like continuing the story with like what has been established tonally. And even the jokes in the wedding part were like way less funny. So, yeah.
And also,
Finally.
Oh, CV's here.
also,
Finally.
Hello.
also,
Hello.
right. Should we just let?
No, you continue talking, Tin.
Oh, yeah.
CV's late. Fuck him.
One thing that I genuinely really think is like a really good sort of part is how it feels like an actual sequel. It doesn't feel like it's abandoning elements from the previous film people didn't like. It genuinely just it feels like a natural continuation, even when it does bring in like stuff from more stuff from the games and lore and that. It feels like, yeah, this is the natural place we would go for it, which is actually something I'd really like. And if it continued in the third film, it could probably be like because it's one of the few like video game film trilogies, but it could be like a very consistent trilogy if you ask me. Like I feel like a very very good sort of whole.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Oh, Jeb.
What?
I was gonna say, Jeb, did you read the last chat?
Sorry, Tin. It's just
In Cosmonaut's
Cosmonaut
video on
Mark-
Sonic 2, Marcus said he didn't like Knuckles being portrayed like Drax. He prefers him being the big dumb
Oh,
bro,
no.
like in the Sonic Boom
Oh
cartoon.
no.
So,
Oh, no.
Knuckles, to put it this way, in Sonic Boom, Knuckles can't tell his left and right. That's not Knuckles. Knuckles,
That's retarded via Kinder. That's not Knuckles. I'm sorry.
Knuckles is a very cunning, strong, focused warrior that is susceptible with his naivety. He garners a lot of respect, loyalty, and stuff. Sonic Boom Knuckles is not a good iteration of Knuckles, Cosmonaut Marcus. I'm sorry.
But anyway,
Dude,
Tim, you could continue. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Tails was fucking adorable. I was gonna say, like Zod told me this like when he saw the film, and I was like, can't be that adorable. I gotta say, the scene when like his tails just sort of wrap around Sonic as asleep, and that was just fucking adorable. What else? The CGI is honestly fucking phenomenal. Like honestly, I was so surprised of how good it looks.
Yeah.
Like I think it's the scene right before Sonic like runs across the water. The fucking CG on like his shoes was just so impressive. It's just like holy shit. This is honestly so impressive for a fucking Sonic film.
Yeah, my favorite bit of the CGI was the Robotnik fight at the end, the third act. CV, your mic is echoing a bit. But yeah, the Robotnik fight with the fucking huge Robotnik, and then especially that shot when after Knuckles punched the Chaos Hammer, the Master Hammer.
Yeah. Master
Hammer punched it out of Jim Carrey, out of Robotnik, and then Sonic is going after it, but he's stumbling because he's very hurt. And the robot rises from like behind him, and there's like all this smoke. It was like the best shot in the film. It was brilliant. I loved it.
Call it
honestly my favorite part of his CGI is just the fur and the quills. It just looks so good.
Yeah. I think I saw like a comparison between like the post-credit scene where like Tails shows up in the first film and like the comparison for trailer scene, and honestly, it's amazing what 2 years actually does in terms of CGI improvement.
Yeah.
I wonder what else. Should we go? Wait, we're basically in spoiler territory, so yeah.
We have
post-credit scene. Yeah. The post-credit scene was cool. That teases pretty cool. And last thought is Eggman's coat was cool. I want that coat. That's all I want. That's all I want. That coat was fucking awesome. I can't deny it. But yeah, that's it.
I want this stash.
Yes, his mustache.
Delightful mustache. Is it?
To be honest, I wouldn't rock a mustache. No, mine's always mine. I want to get rid of them. No.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. So yeah, sorry for delaying stuff.
You're not whatever. CV, hi.
Hello.
Oh, now you sound better. Okay. Yeah, CV, Sonic 2. We've been talking about it for like 20 minutes. So, what did you think of Sonic 2?
The reason I was late is because I just got back from watching it again.
Oh,
and so.
Okay, I think you're forgiven for that. Jeb, what do you think?
Okay. Did you enjoy it?
I enjoyed it a lot. Yes.
So you're
Okay, you're
forgiving.
forgiven.
Doubly based.
Sweet,
That's
sweet. Yes, I really like this movie. I think the CGI actually is a massive improvement. Like I liked it in the first movie, but I think they really lean into using that CGI to kind of pair that with the cinematography because this movie is like really colorful
Oh
and
yeah.
vibrant, and I love the colors. And it all just like my favorite shot, like one of my favorites is just the first scene with Knuckles, like as he steps out of the portal, and it's just the lighting behind him, and then you see like the red in his eyes, and it all looks really cool. And I love Sonic's character in this movie. I think he has a great arc, and yeah, I think this is a really really solid movie. And I think
Based.
usually when I rewatch stuff, I either I like it more or less. This time I did like it more than the first time. So yeah.
That is nice. I agree. It is good film. And so, by the way, you guys can tear Cosmonaut Sonic 2 video potentially, but not today. Today, the video we're gonna watch is by a fellow named Arlo. Is that it?
Yes, Arlo.
So Jeb's the one who knows most stuff here, so I'm just like kind of like going along. So yeah, but Arlo made a video called "The Sonic the Hedgehog 2 movie rant you will not like, and that's okay." So I'm glad he's affirming that I can not like this video, because it is 52 minutes long. So you're in for a ride today, if you're watching ECUM. So
Oh my.
yeah.
That's great.
So yes, let us watch this video and venture into it. Jeb, is there anything you want to say before we get into the video?
For context, Arlo is a YouTuber that covers mainly Nintendo topics. We were going to do LS Mark, but then this came out. And the reason why I wanted to do this is because this got a lot of controversy, to the point Arlo took a few days break. So
Alrighty.
I was like, okay, I'll watch it, and it was abysmally bad.
Yeah.
It's his worst
Jeb.
videos,
Jeb, I have a question.
which is,
There a reason all his thumbnails have the Cookie Monster?
that's his persona.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Wait, didn't he Fab cover a video from him?
Yeah, it was to
Yeah,
do
he
with
did,
Link's
yes.
Awakening's art style.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it's
That's
yeah. Jeez,
way
that was not a
back.
good video as well. Yeah, first 12-hour ECUM. Well, ECUM 25 was 12 hours long, but yeah, I don't think we can go for 12 hours unfortunately because these people have like just sleep or something. I don't know. I've never
and
slept in my
work.
life, so I have no idea.
Yeah, sleepers for the week.
Exactly.
But also,
I agree, yeah. But I do have to work, so yeah.
Just stream, just be a part of ECUM during work. It's like nobody's gonna complain that you're just talking to your phone about Sonic 2 while you work.
No, I bet they won't.
Yeah. But anyway, let's get started with this fantastic video. So yeah.
This video was brought to you by Skillshare.
I hate his
Arlington
voice.
stared hungrily at the taco. Then he ate it, also hungrily. Might need to work on that one. Oh hey! Noah, the vaguely hipstery artist guy here, just trying my hand at some short fiction. Thing is though, like, did you know that writing takes like a whole bunch?
This is just his Skillshare ad, isn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna skip it.
Yes.
Oh, that's what this is. Okay.
Yeah,
That's nice.
I knew it when you said
Arlington ate the next taco hungrily as well.
Okay. Usually it's like a minute and a half, so I'm just gonna jump here.
It's so rough.
All right,
There we go.
Sit down.
I am sitting down.
Just take a seat.
I am, yeah.
We,
I am.
Still am.
I think we all are.
Mhm.
and you're probably not gonna like this.
Okay.
And you know what? I'm not gonna enjoy this either. Okay, this this hurts me just as much as it does you.
Sure.
See, this is what I hate. I know we're early.
Fuck. Give me a sec. Hold on. Everyone, stop talking. Okay. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to fix something. Everyone, shut the fuck up.
Make a,
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now it's fixed.
Arlo exists. Jeb, this is what I hate.
Yeah. So Jeb, you said this is what
No,
I
I've got a
hate.
serious. I've
Je-
got a serious point.
Yeah.
What I hate a lot about video essays. They're like, oh, I hate this. I did not want to do this. I'm like, but you make it the fucking video in the first place. And it's like, what do you mean you hate this? Like, then why?
Yeah, it always confuses
why
me
waste
when
my
people in
time?
videos are like, "Oh, I didn't want to have to make this video." It's like, no, you did. You chose to make this video. Like, like Ralph with the Joker videos. Like, I could spend my time talking about Parasite, but everyone's telling me to talk about Joker. Like, if you don't want to talk about Joker, don't. It's your fucking channel. Jesus. So,
Or
it's
like,
also
wasn't
like-
it in his TASM 2 video where he was like just continuously saying, "Oh, I need to go watch this movie, but I'm gonna make this video instead."
yeah.
I find it kind of emotionally manipulative because it tells the audience that, hey, they did something they didn't want to do just for your entertainment.
Yeah. But it's like, content creators, if you're not doing what you want or what you like, I don't understand the point of making content other than just for money. But by that point, then just ride the waves and don't talk about this shit. Whatever.
Yeah, it's not the same as don't cover it, but if you're not going to enjoy it, then
Yeah,
I
it
don't
comes
see the point.
across in your videos when you're not passionate about the thing you're talking about. But yeah. Connection issues again. It wasn't connection issues. It's a small issue with my with the sounds on my computer, so that's why it took a bit to fix. But it's fine.
But we're going to talk about the Sonic 2 movie.
How? Okay, so far, like 70% of the video has just been him, like silent. Like, I'm gonna talk about the Sonic 2 movie, and then 30 seconds of fucking silence. I don't understand these pauses.
This isn't scripted, so this is the only reason I can think of, and he can't do
But-
off the cuff well.
But just cut out the dead air. Like, my Shang-Chi video wasn't scripted either. But I'm fairly certain that isn't dead air in it.
That requires effort.
That requires you pressing C on Premiere and then clicking on 2 places and then clicking on the track and then Shift Delete, and that is a lot of work to put into making a video.
You have to move your fingers. That's a lot of work.
I got a vital question for Sky. So far, would you say this video is rushed because of this?
I don't know if I'd say rushed because it's a 52-minute video, but potentially because it's just unscripted and it seems like he didn't even want to bother editing it and he just put like gameplay footage in the background. He isn't putting like trailer visuals or whatever. I could see the case being made for it being rushed, but I have not seen enough to be sure, so I wouldn't say that yet.
You're going to understand why I've asked you that, so keep that in mind.
Alrighty.
Send the kids to bed. You know, this
I don't have
this isn't a fun video
They're
where
in my
the
basement
Blue
dead.
Monster talks about the fun new Sonic movie. So just send those kiddies to bed.
I mean, it is. You're talking about the new fun Sonic movie, and you are a blue monster, so you're factually incorrect.
A little background.
Jesus
To
Christ.
this
Oh my god.
day, to this day, I am confused. So confused about the reception to the first Sonic movie versus Detective Pikachu. I still don't get it. I feel like I'm being gaslit by the whole world.
Well,
Okay,
wasn't the
what?
reception largely the same? I thought people liked both films.
Yeah.
Yeah,
think
they do.
they did.
They do.
Like, for example, YMS's review of Detective Pikachu was like his most disliked video at the time because he was negative about it. And I'd even rate both films the same, like a 4 out of 10. I like both films, but yeah.
This is the thing. Detective Pikachu is more praised than the Sonic movie, but what makes the Sonic movie more talked about is how unexpected it was.
Yeah.
So I don't understand this issue.
Yeah, I think it's like the Sonic movie felt surprisingly heartfelt, whereas Detective Pikachu was fun,
Yeah.
but it was like clearly corporate. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
kind of how
Yeah.
I feel both films, which is why I prefer Sonic rather than Detective Pikachu as a film, even though I think both films are fun.
Yeah, I would agree.
They came out fairly close to each other, and I felt that Detective Pikachu was the only video game adaptation I've ever seen that tried to be true to the source material.
That's fucking wrong. I'm sorry, that's fucking wrong.
The only
With Sonic the Hedgehog, he's talking about the two, right?
yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's fucking wrong because Sonic the Hedgehog is, yeah.
Oh,
Well,
I mean, hold on. Did you see movie or did you see just adaptation? Because then, like Arcane.
But Detective Pikachu was the only video game adaptation I've ever
Adaptation I've ever seen. So has he not seen Arcane?
Yeah, it's the only one.
I have
Yeah.
no comment on how faithful it is to League of Legends because
Well,
I'm
from
not
what
a
I've heard,
fan
it is
of
really
it.
faithful from the people I've talked to. I might be wrong because I
Yeah.
as well, I don't know, but yeah.
But if I'm
yeah.
going to speak in my element about Sonic 1, I haven't seen Detective Pikachu, but Sonic 1 is faithful. In the sense of how it captures the characters, what the core elements are, in terms of references it has, and how it incorporates them, how it utilizes Sonic speed. Even Sonic's origins is taken from an Archie comic. So I don't know whether Detective Pikachu's more faithful.
Well, I never played the Detective Pikachu game, right? But from what I've heard, from what I remember watching from it, it is not that faithful, the film. Especially when, at the end of the film, Pikachu turns out to be a human inside a Pikachu. So that's fun. So yeah.
Also,
I'm just very confused how this is
I'm
the
just-
only one. I don't like even the Mortal Kombat games, films, like some of them have some really faithful aspects to them.
I haven't seen it, but like even for the Sonic movie, I don't see many going, this was super faithful. A lot of it went, this is like a road buddy cop film.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And a surprise as well, so it was surprising for many fans since, the redesign and all that stuff.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
very weird.
that tried to be.
Oh, so I guess he's not saying that it is faithful, that it tried to be faithful. But how can you even gauge like trying as a metric? Because I'd say Sonic 2 tried to be faithful from what I know at least of Sonic. But I don't know.
Sonic 1 definitely tried to be faithful. I think it's more the way you capture faithfulness isn't by having, oh, that's there. It's by how do you get there and what are the core aspects of the characters you're using, which I think Sonic does very well.
True to the source material. It took place in the Pokemon world. It had Pokemon acting the way that Pokemon do.
You say that while showing literally a human inside a Pokemon body. Are you okay? You gotta vet your visuals, my dude. You can't just put any visuals here.
Also, two things. One, Sonic is set typically on Earth, so by this logic, Sonic is set correctly, and Sonic acts like his character. So already this isn't adding up.
Also, if I remember correctly, Mewtwo was super weird in the Detective Pikachu. I think he was acting like extremely out of character from what I know from the games I've played. But again, I haven't seen this film since it came out, so who knows? But yeah.
It actually tried. It was literally actually written, we know, confirmed by people like my age who actually like Pokemon.
So another funny thing.
Jesus. It's gonna be
This
long.
is what. Yeah, it is. But if you actually look at who worked on the Sonic film and see what projects they worked on, Jeff Fowler, for example, worked on Shadow the Hedgehog in animation.
Yeah, but he doesn't like Sonic though.
Yeah.
Tyson Hesse, who creates the Sonic model, he's a prominent IDW artist for Sonic. Just another example. The writers have extensive experience with the games. Who else
And-
is
It
it?
fucking shows in the
and-
films too. So
Yeah.
And Junkie XL, who worked on the score, also worked on Zack Snyder's Justice League, and Zack Snyder is a very prominent Sonic the Hedgehog fan.
Yeah.
Zack Snyder
As
was,
you all know, Zack Snyder was actually gonna direct the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. He planned to start with the Shadow the Hedgehog quadrilogy,
Exactly.
but you know,
please,
Yes.
fucking
I
Warner.
want to see
started-
this.
Actually, Warner,
unironically, I
they
think
took
it would
that
be
out.
hilarious to have a Snyder Shadow
Yeah.
the Hedgehog film.
Because you see, Ben Affleck's Batman is actually based on Shadow the Hedgehog. That's
not
kind
even
of where he
far
got
off.
the inspiration.
That's not even far off. You don't understand.
It'd be funny if he thinks Knuckles isn't faithful because he's voiced by Idris Elba, who hasn't voiced Knuckles in anything else.
That'd be hilarious. Bearing in mind, Tails' voice actor is the one from the games.
Oh yeah, I was
Boom.
gonna ask. I imagine she won.
Not as many people like that movie. Then you have the Sonic movie.
I'm curious. I'm gonna hold up. Rotten Tomatoes. I'm gonna see.
I'm gonna
how
get
those
myself
things compare.
water.
How fucking dare you? Okay, Detective Pikachu. Let's see what the reception for it was compared to Sonic 2, for Sonic 1. So it had 68% critic and 79% audience. Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sonic 1 did better on audience and it has
Yeah,
93.
yeah,
I think.
93%, yeah. So I guess he's right. Well, that's good. You know, I guess.
Where the trailer was bad,
Wait.
who actually
And
liked
it jumped.
Pokemon. Not as many people like that movie. Then you have the Sonic movie, where the trailer was bad,
Yeah.
and the humor, and then they changed the design, and that was better, but like it was still just this mediocre milquetoast Hollywood schlock.
I wouldn't.
I disagree.
I don't think
disagree as
it
well.
is like that. I think it is way better than just that, honestly.
I think
I
it
think that-
suffers. I think it suffers from those elements. So like the flossing for Sonic, I
Yeah.
think. Oh yeah, that's a corporate thing. But as
And
a
I
whole,
think,
no.
yeah, putting like the humans at the forefront of the film felt very much like a studio decision. Whereas the second film, which focuses so much more on the non-human characters, other than obviously Robotnik, it feels really more like, yeah, we're just telling the story we want to tell now. And even then, the humans in the second film were way better implemented, other than the wedding stuff. But I'm like, Tom as a character, he had a good arc with Sonic.
Yeah.
So,
Charles is impregnate.
spoiler
That's a
alert.
child, Madvika.
Oh my. Oh.
Caught in 4K Hollywood blockbuster. It suffers way more from like Hollywood blockbuster kind of syndrome, I guess. So
I think the trailer made it look like typical Hollywood stuff, but I don't think the movie turned out that way.
the first trailer was awful, especially with the design. Message
I
yeah.
wanted to cry. I wanted
The
to
second trailer was way better, and obviously them changing the design obviously helped a lot. So, yeah. I don't know. I feel like the film. I remember when I was watching, like I didn't find any of the jokes funny, but I felt like the film had a way more heart than I was expecting.
You didn't find
so, yeah.
the Sonic joke with the crazy guy funny?
I don't remember most jokes, yeah, but I just remember not laughing a lot in the first film.
Fuck you. That was the best
The
joke.
Sonic joke was hilarious.
I thought the movie was really funny. I liked it.
No, I haven't watched it in 2 years, so I'm just going by like my first impression.
Okay.
It was the last film I watched in the theaters before the pandemic, so it was the only film I watched for over a year in theaters.
Same.
So,
Actually, yeah, same for me as well.
Good.
no, the Sonic joke, I
Last
remember that.
experience in cinema is Sonic.
Oh yeah, but like the fucking.
I think it would have been really sad if the last movie I'd seen in theaters was like Bloodshot or something.
Oh yeah, I had watched Birds of Prey the previous weekend, and then I watched Sonic, and then the pandemic happened. So I'm like, thank you, Sonic, for saving me from having Birds of Prey being the last film I watched in theaters. for. a
Yeah,
long
no,
time.
I saw that new Vin Diesel movie, Bloodshot, the masterpiece of
Yes.
an action film, and that was what would have been the last one if I didn't go see Sonic.
Right.
Sonic defeating superhero films. It's just
Yes.
Yeah, but it's like
Yes.
it comes out against Birds of Prey and Morbius. I mean, those films never really stood a chance.
I mean, it's weird. I mean, if I had a nickel for every time a Sonic film beat a sort of mess superhero movie, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Yes. Yeah, I really hope Sonic 3 comes out against like an Avengers movie and then it beats it.
Yeah.
I don't think they'd ever do that, but that would be amazing.
Yes. The Sonic film producers is just waiting for Marvel to announce their next like lineup to know when to release. Like, okay, so the Avengers 5 film is gonna come out this date. We gotta release Sonic the week before, okay?
Precisely.
And they're like, why? And it's like, trust me.
Dude, trust me.
Yeah, then it
I got
just
this.
passes 1 billion in
We have
box office.
experience with this.
Our financial analysts are really against this decision. No.
No. It was interesting actually because like Sonic 2 because Morbius wasn't gonna come out at the same time as Sonic 2, but then Morbius got delayed from January to now. It's like they
Yeah.
just added competition for themselves against the Sonic 2. So they just made themselves look worse. So that's funny.
And Sonic's like outperformed even its own expectations. So
Sonic 2 made more money in its opening box office than I think Morbius did in the entirety of domestic.
That's
not-
amazing.
I'm not kidding.
That's awesome.
That's brilliant.
And everyone liked it. And I didn't like it. And
Yeah, fuck you.
I still
Def-
don't get that. That was like a faithful adaptation. To me, it was just nobody who had ever played a Sonic game in their life wrote that movie. is what it
Bitch
felt
and
like.
Mono.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck off,
So
you
yeah,
condescend.
Thuglas and Jeb, you guys are big Sonic fans, right? I'm.
Yes.
So what do you think of that statement?
I have played nearly every single Sonic game all the way through, and believe me, Sonic 1 is chock full of references. They're
Yes.
only loyal Sonic fans. That sounds condescending, but you get what I mean. Would understand all these different Easter eggs and feel rewarded for doing so.
Mm-hmm.
This is very upsetting, Arlo. You're a Nintendo YouTuber, stick to that.
Madrick and Albella are talking in chat about of which speedster is better, Sonic or Flash. There's actually something interesting that I want to mention. In the beginning of Sonic 2, Sonic is trying to like save a fucking armor truck in a hostage situation.
yeah.
And he is like extremely incompetent, but it's like the point of the film is making that he needs to learn and that he's not like fully matured yet, and that he's just trying to use this power to be a hero rather than like letting the hero situation come to him when they actually need him. Instead, he's forcing himself to do this and causing more damage than he should, which I think is really neat. So it's like, even though he is incompetent in that scene, it's not like a character issue when compared to Barry, who's supposed to be extremely smart, but never is.
It's annoying that Arlo's made this comment because if you know Sonic the Hedgehog, you know he's a very cocky, free-going character with a heart. And to me, that is very much clear in Sonic 1. The whole arc of him is about him actually making friends and having a connection.
Sonic 2 as well
Egg-
as him having his gang, which is what Tom mentions earlier.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then Eggman is Sonic 1 is an egomaniacal individual who literally wants Sonic fucking dead and to have global domination for his machines.
Mm.
How is that not faithful?
Because he wasn't fat.
Like, And even like the fight set pieces. So, for example, when they're running around the world, when they run on the Great Wall of China, you could say that's a reference to Sonic Unleashed
Yeah.
because it's a reference to Janan. And it's stuff like that. So I'm like, Arlo's making shit up. I think he's thinking of core Sonic beats,
But
1-to-1.
Jabba, Eggman wasn't bald.
Oh no.
Well, that's something that I find weird. It's like if you're adapting from one medium to another, obviously there are going to be some differences, but I feel like as long as the core, thematic core of the story is translated from one thing to another, you can consider it a faithful adaptation, right? So even if you change quite a lot of aspects, so like in Sam Raimi's Spider-Man, even though he meets Gwen after he meets MJ, like the core of what the Spider-Man story is about is still like the same as it is from the comics. So I wouldn't say it is unfaithful in that sense. It just feels weird because like you're looking for very superficial stuff, and I think when you're adapting, you shouldn't just translate the thing one to one to screen, because then what's the point of adapting it? Because you can just consume the original product.
Yeah, and it's something Sonic 2 could have easily fallen prey to. So, like for example, Supersonic, but no, they actually put the effort in to build it up.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I feel like it's a weird sentiment that a lot of people have about adaptations, where it's like you have to translate these specific things one to one, otherwise it's a bad adaptation. Just yeah.
And this also comes across as quite biased that he has a kind of angst against the franchise because of people's reactions on Detective Pikachu. I'm like, I don't care.
He's a Nintendo man, so that's not surprising.
Yeah, he's gonna be like it when Mario comes out, maybe.
Yeah.
It had very little to do with Sonic. It was just kind of like Blue Funny Man. It was like Sonic go fast.
It was just like Blue Funny Man. This is why you should script your videos, because then you end up with the sentence, it was just like Blue Funny Man. Oh, no.
I hated when movies are like Blue Funny Men.
I know, right?
Movie is what it felt like.
I hated
had
more
very
than
little
when
to
the
do with
cinematography goes meh, 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 meh.
What was it in the
Or when
last
plot
stream?
goes, meh.
Yeah. The plot goes, yeah. Oh man, the Holy Trinity.
Sonic. It was just kind of like Blue Funny Man. It was like Sonic go fast and Eggman, bad man who likes robots. That was it. That's the end. Ring.
No,
I mean,
but
that
that's
is
it.
untrue. That is
That's it. That's
factually
the
untrue.
end. That is all the movie is.
It's literally 2 hours of Sonic going, I am Blue Funny Man, and then laughing at himself for being a funny blue man.
Imagine seeing the final fight scene and going, yes, this is a man that just wants to build robots, and this is Blue Funny Man.
No, not only just
like-
Blue Funny Man. Blue Funny Man that goes fast.
Yes. Or it's like, it's
Eggman.
weird because it's like Eggman, it just, even that joke that became like a huge meme of him saying like, I was expecting to be surprised or something. I was expecting not to expect something. It's like all of the
Oh, yeah.
dialogue, all the jokes that you have from Robotnik, they're all building his character of being someone that is so egotistical that he can't fathom that his intelligence would not predict something. So that he predicts that he wouldn't predict something just to show how intelligent he is to himself, because he should assert that. It's like, are you saying that is not his character? He just likes to build robots? Seems like so not paying attention to the film.
And it's not even that he likes to build robots, he wants to get ultimate power. And he sees Sonic as a source of that, where he could experiment on him and use him.
Yeah, and it's like in Sonic 2, what I feel like is that he didn't really have an end game. It's like he now will control the world, and then it's like, now what? He doesn't really know what to do. Like, he's like, oh, I'm gonna, control the world, control the universe, but he doesn't really have an end game, which I think is interesting because he wants the power, but he's never had it, and once he has it, it's like he doesn't really know what to do, and then his power is taken away from him. So I feel like it's a really interesting character to develop where he doesn't have an end point.
He basically wants to prove himself
Yeah.
as ultra powerful. So yeah.
Spider-Man
like-
2 is just Red Funny Man versus guy who likes octopus.
It's just I don't understand this complaint about Eggman when he literally says about Sonic, the body's fresh, so keep him cold. I'm like, that's not someone who just wants to build robots. That sounds quite sadistic.
Yeah.
He has no
Hmm.
care for any life.
Something, I don't know. So like, I
Something
still don't get
about
it.
rings.
Something about ring. Okay.
I don't know. I didn't watch the movie.
I only watched the trailer. I'm just reading the Wikipedia entry and yeah.
Something about rings. Are you sure that's not the Lord of the Rings or something?
Yeah, I mean that's what Zack Snyder said, so that's what I'm going off of. You know,
Zack Snyder, yes. Zack Snyder's review of Sonic. He never watched Sonic. He only watched Zack Snyder's review of Sonic.
he just listened to Zack Snyder. That's all.
Yeah,
he
Zack Snyder had a
listened to.
podcast episode that goes for 6 hours talking about Sonic, and then, yeah, it's like,
Yeah, I think he said something about rings at some point.
yeah,
Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know.
It's
Fucking-
happening all over again here. All over again here. Am I seeing the same movie?
No, you're watching
What?
Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
The film is insanely different to one. I'm so what? How do you even say the two films are the same? What the fuck?
I don't understand.
The stories. The stories are completely different. Like the first one is Sonic adapting to a new environment. The second one is already he already knows this new environment, but they're trying to prove himself as a hero, so that he can help people and use his powers for good, because he feels like he has the responsibility to use his powers by virtue of being so powerful, which is, great power comes great responsibility. And you have Tails, who just, he just wants some sort of connection to someone, and he found that in Sonic because of how he looked up to Sonic as a hero, and then Sonic fails him, and it's like that his faith in Sonic doesn't like go away from that, which is really nice. And Knuckles, someone who has lost everything. So Knuckles is pretty much wrecked, right? He's lost everything. He's lost his family, and he's trying to get like revenge for it. He's trying to avenge his the death of everyone he loves. But he realizes that by doing that, he's aiding someone in their quest to destroy the world, and he's just being had a lot of tunnel vision in regards to it, and how, maybe the other side isn't so bad, and it's just a war that was being fought by two sides that hated each other without like proper reasoning. But I guess that's the same as the first film. I guess I don't
Yes.
really know.
Imagine saying
Sonic
when
2
Sonic.
is just the first one. Hang on.
Imagine saying the Sonic is the exact same in Sonic 1, where he's literally given ultimate power and he's like, no, I'm not disciplined enough for it, I need to keep learning.
Mm.
Which is a really interesting character decision that's built up through his interaction with Knuckles and Tom.
Yeah.
And what he did
Yeah.
to Tails. He learns things, he
Yeah.
develops, so he's not the same character.
What are you gonna say, Zach?
Yeah, it's Sonic 2 is just it's the first one, but along with Yellow Funny Man and Red Funny Man.
And the thing is, Robotnik, the whole like to build robots is not even really a thing in this. His entire focus now is to literally kill Sonic and rule everything.
Yeah,
And
the
that's
robots is just
built
a means
up
to do
from
it.
the first movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the first movie justifies his character being like this now.
That other people are seeing. And just to like, I feel like it goes without saying, but like just to start things off, like most people like the movie. That's cool. I'm not going to tell you can't like the movie. That's great. I'm happy, genuinely happy for you. Okay.
You don't
But
sound
I-
like it. But,
Well, I'm going to
yeah.
tell you that you can't dislike the movie because Sonic 2. So we're at an impasse here, Arlo.
This is Arlo. This is Arlo giving Arlo's opinion. So, with that said, I go into the second movie, and I'm like, they can only go up from here. The first movie.
Yeah, they did. And I kind of agree from what they set up from the first film. It could only get better because I think it just kind of opened their ways to not have as much studio interference. So
We started out as like a really bad Hollywood adaptation that like then okay, so then, they brought in Tyson Hess and they redid the art and that's cool. And so I'm like, okay, second movie, they got it. They're going to bring in more people who know what they're doing, who know how to write a good Sonic movie. You know what I mean? And you
Oh, this shot. Man, this shot is
It's
That's a
beautiful.
great shot.
Fucking hell.
can tell by the trailer, there's so much more just imagery, just Sonic related imagery. All the
Sorry, I just read this in chat. Batman Forever is Funny Blue Man versus Jim Carrey. Same movie as Sonic 1 and 2.
Fuck's sake.
That is a factual statement.
Yes.
references and stuff, and I'm just like, it's gonna be like, you know, like it can only go up from the first movie. That's I
It
just
does.
kept thinking that.
It
Like, I
did.
did not have
Yeah.
high expectations. I was like, I'd be happy if it was one single step up from that first movie. That would make me happy.
Knock.
I
Jesus Christ, cut out the dead air. I'm so sorry for everyone who's watching this. We're like 50% of the stream is just gonna be dead air of him saying nothing and us waiting for him to say something because there's nothing I can do. But fucking hell.
No, like I was waiting for you to say something because I thought the video you paused the video or something. and then I realized
Exactly,
it was
like
still
I
playing.
think a lot of time people would think it's paused, especially because he's just putting still images. It's like, this is so bad. Fucking hell.
try to go into any
For
movie
20
with an
minutes.
open mind. Always, you know, people will accuse you of being like, "Oh, you were just grumpy. You just expected."
For 6 minutes, can you talk about the film? I don't care. I really don't care. It's like, oh, people are gonna say you just went in grumpy. Dude, I don't care how you went into the film. Just tell me what you want to say. Because if your arguments are good, it doesn't matter what mood you went into to watch the film. They're gonna hold up if they're good.
Like, no, man. Like, I can enjoy a movie. I know how to.
I can enjoy a movie.
Okay, I can go with it.
I can enjoy a movie. When I watch a film, I think I have the
Thanks for
ability.
clarifying.
I think I have the ability of not hating it. Of thinking, I think I spent my time well. What is this?
I as an intellectual member of this society am capable of gaining entertainment from a piece of media.
Yes.
Mhm.
I am too human like all of you who enjoys films on occasion.
I do too have emotional responses.
Jeb's not saying anything because he's not human.
Yeah, Jeb doesn't feel emotions. He doesn't have the ability to enjoy
yeah.
YouTube videos.
Well, we've established he's a robot.
Yeah, that's true.
Open mind. And like when I brought the same friends with me, it was Brian, Dan, and Nolan. We all went to see the first one. When we came out of that movie, this is a lot of setup, I know, but you know what?
It is a lot of setup.
Buckle in. This
Just
is
say
what we're
it.
doing.
Just
Almost
say
like a
it.
movie.
I told you to sit down.
Just say it for the love of God. Stop repeating the same thing over and over.
When we came out of that first movie, I was like, that was mediocre. Not like bad, but not good. It was just whatever.
I agree.
Dan
I
kinda
agree
hated
too.
it. Brian didn't really like it. Nolan was like, it was okay. Like, okay, you know, like, all right, kind of middling to lower. It's sort of a... We walked out of this movie shocked. All four of us. Shocked. Confused. Even Nolan, he had the highest opinion of the first one, and just, we were baffled.
Get to the fucking point,
Just
please.
baffled.
Just
Stop repeating that you were shocked and baffled. You've said that like 5 times.
And you know
So what I'm gathering is that the stupidity is a group effort.
I was tempted to record. It was late last night. I was still buzzing with the adrenaline of how I felt about the movie. And, you know, and we all talk about, you know, a lot of the things in this review were kind of hashed out, like, after the movie. We're all talking about it and ranting about it and stuff. And, like, and I give credit to my friends. If I say anything that, like, one of them said,
Why does it matter? You just said you didn't do that. So what the fuck is the point of explaining what you would have done? This is... Yeah, Jeb, this video was very rushed. That to answer your question, yes, this video was 100%
Oh.
rushed.
and it's success.
Keep that in mind. Oh boy.
felt that I owed it to you, my wonderful audience, to sleep on it. I didn't come straight into the studio.
I think you owe us
Oh, nice, you, thanks.
a fucking written video, a scripted video, because Jesus Christ, I did not deserve this bullshit.
Like I wanted to. I thought, like, you gotta let your brain process it. You gotta let your emotions kind of come down. You know, I don't want to be, I don't like strong, negative, emotional reactions. I don't do that on this channel, you know?
Hurry the fuck
He
up.
still hasn't said anything about the film. We're 8 minutes in. I don't.
I'm getting.
Wait, last stream, the Ben Shapiro video was like 12 minutes long. We spent like an hour on it. This is 8 minutes long, and he hasn't said anything. This is honestly less content than Movie Bob's video on Batman.
You should have.
I would agree, actually.
Straight up, this is my opinion. Like, this is unneeded. It's.
Yeah, like you could cut this
Movie
first
Bob-
fall for 8 minutes out. Well, not 8 minutes. I guess the first minute and a half is the ad. But yeah, 6 minutes and a half, I guess.
Movie
is
Bob was
now
actually
being
talking.
Yeah, Movie Bob didn't spend half the time in. Well, I think that's the two ends of the spectrum, right? On the one end, we have Movie Bob who cuts out every breath to a point where his audio was always clipping over the other audio track because he never lets the video stop for even a second. And then there's this guy who stops for like 10 seconds every time he says a word. So
And they meet in the middle of the spectrum as YouTubers who say literally nothing about the film for minutes on end.
It's too much. I'll have a strong positive reaction, but like I don't want to just be like angry. That's not what I do. I did that once, and it was when they revealed Hey Pikmin, and I removed that video. 'cause it's
Get
fun. I don't
on
wanna
with
do
it,
that.
please.
So I slept on it. I owed it to you. And I woke up this morning. I might.
You
have
don't
been-
owe me anything. Please move on.
What Jeb said about like YouTubers saying, "Oh, I didn't want to make this video," or "I hate doing this." This is exactly what this is, by the way. It's just him guilt tripping you into thinking his position is more reasonable because he's doing this for you. You know, he slept on it for you. He thought you owed better. You were owed better content. It's like you didn't do this for anyone. You did this because you weren't sure what you feel about the film, but you wanted more time to think on it. That's fine. You didn't do this for your audience.
I mean, I wasn't less angry. I wasn't less baffled and angry.
I don't care. Please get to
Sleeping
the
on it
point.
didn't do much. I'm just gonna say that. This is a spoilery review. Go see the movie.
Jesus
The
Christ.
movie's out. You know, I don't know. Like, if you don't want spoilers, you could just turn it off now because you get where
If
I'm
you don't
going.
want spoilers, don't click on a
we can.
52-minute Sonic 2 video. So, yeah.
If you don't want spoilers, I'll say how you don't want spoilers in 20 seconds.
You get where I'm going with this. But I have to.
Yes.
I gotta, like, I have to talk about some of the specific things in this book. I have
Can you
to,
please do it then?
because I feel so
on.
strongly. So strongly. about
We're
them. Okay,
almost
so
there.
The movie starts.
Whoa, we
Yes,
did
I
it!
understand.
Look.
I understand the movie starts.
9
That's how I
minutes into
watched
the
it.
video, he says the movie starts. Let's go.
It's the 9th
Woo.
minute.
Gee, I wonder how I watched the movie if it didn't start.
It sounds like he's trying to gaslight us for hating. He didn't like the movie. Yeah, I wouldn't say gaslighting, but it's definitely feels manipulative. That he wants his position to be seem more reasonable, regardless of what his arguments are, which I'd say is a sign of him not being all that confident in his arguments. So yeah.
What the
So you
fuck is
see-
this mission? Sorry.
So you see, the trailers end, the lights dim, and soon the movie starts, and this is what I hate.
I hate the Sega logo.
Oh,
As far as I hate
I
them.
hate the Paramount logo.
fucking
Fucking mountain.
they had the fucking Sonic rings for the Paramount logo. Fuck that. That is a 0 out of 10 film.
I hate Nicole Kidman's AMC ad.
They
Sonic
used
made
hate
it
it.
count the ranks.
That was a studio pandering.
All right, come on. He's just said the movie starts, so now we're gonna get into the meat of this video.
There was not a Minions 2 trailer.
Oh, actually, I had a Minions 2 trailer. That was the best part of that night. Way better than Sonic 2.
Although the worst part was that my sister said to me, "We have to go and see that," and I'm like, "No."
What do you mean? No, it's the
Actually-
film of the year. I'm so excited.
There you.
I'm gonna
I
tell
did get a
Bright
trailer
now.
for that one movie. It's like Fist of I don't know what it was called. It's something of Fury, and it didn't look that bad. I kind of like that trailer.
Thanks, CV. Yeah.
Minions 2, Fists of Fury.
All right. Anyway, the movie starts. Let's. All right.
And I'm like, yeah, I'm ready for this. I'm ready for this.
Oh my god, he still hasn't got into it. Oh my no. I thought he was gonna start describing the film. He just said,
No, he's just describing his theater experience.
Yes. As Movie Bob has said, the review is just not Movie Bob. I think it's Quentin, right? The review is just a description of an experience. So yeah.
So
Is it that Quentin?
Slowly.
Yeah.
It's so. Oh my gosh! The first chunk of the movie, we're all squirming. We're literally squirming in our seats.
Okay.
Because it's so boring, and it's just it takes so long to get anywhere, and
Really? Isn't it? I thought it was like 10. Actually, one of the things I said, what I thought when the film started was like the film just starts you like full on with the action. Like man, the film just really gets you, throws you in at the deep end instead of just slowly building up. Because like you have the first scene with Jim Carrey with Robotnik fighting those guys, and then he meets Knuckles, and then we see Sonic stopping a fucking armed robbery. It's like that feels very fast paced for the beginning of the film, and then. Well, you have them leave, which is like 10 minutes of some character stuff, and then we see Robotnik going to Sonic, and then Knuckles meeting, and then Tails shows up. It's like after that, it's all fast paced. It's like I don't see how that's so slow or boring.
I really like that long take of him just making that coffee. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
I need to interrupt because of this game. I am sorry, but I have to. So, there is a bit in the Rise of Skywalker section where you cover Luke's X-Wing, and it is glitched to not lift the X-Wing and play the cutscene if you're in mumble mode. You have to turn off mumble mode to get to the next part of the story.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Nice.
And if you don't turn off mumble mode, you have to quit the game, then turn it off, then do it.
That's hilarious.
What a game. But anyway, to disprove this dumb fucker, yeah, in the first like 10-15 minutes, you got an SA1-esque action scene, and you got fucking Eggman literally beating the shit out of some warriors, and Knuckles coming in. I'm already like exhilarated for the film. And then you got a heartfelt scene with Tom. The bit where it slows down is probably when Sonic's having like a house party, but then instantly you get Tails, Knuckles, and Eggman all showing up.
Yeah, and then you have them driving away with Knuckles going after them, and then they go get the map, and then they teleport to fucking Siberia. So it's like I think there's quite a lot of things happening.
How much do you think?
Yeah, I'd say like first sort of hour or so, I think it was like very fast paced. Like that's what I noticed.
Yeah.
How much do you guys think it's going to misrepresent the movie? I've seen it. He does it a lot. It's going to get worse. He actually insults the creators.
We're like 15 seconds into this video because, yeah, there's only 15 seconds of worth, and he's already misrepresented it. So yeah.
It's all the same, just like the human stuff and the regular real world modern living stuff and the sappy.
What are you talking about?
What? Wait,
the beginning of the film focuses fully on Sonic.
No, is he going?
The human stuff is in the second act.
Oh no.
Yeah, but like, it's not even like human stuff when Tom is with fucking Sonic. Like this scene isn't human stuff. Just it's like it's Sonic character development. He can't develop his character if there are humans with him because humans are boring. I need Blue Funny Man on screen.
Making the assumption he's not talking about Eggman or like Agent Stone, the first human stuff scene we get is when Tom's in Hawaii playing volleyball.
I guess apart from the scenes with Sonic, I guess, but it's just humans.
I wouldn't count that. Yeah, just humans.
Yeah, the first scene would be in Hawaii.
Yeah, when the fiance like jokes with him, like pretending to threaten him.
Oh yeah, it's because he FaceTimes Sonic, and then after he turns it off, then we see a bit of him and his sister, I think she is. So yeah.
Yeah. So that's probably the first.
the monologues, like, from the first movie. And, like, this is me. Okay, not everyone agrees with me, obviously. There's a lot of Sonic media where he is with humans in a human world. It's
Okay.
usually not even the real world. It's at the very least in that case, it's Sonic in its like in an alternate human world. So it's still sort of fantasy. I have always felt like Sonic is at his weakest when he is around humans.
You are fucking wrong.
Okay. That
You fuck
is okay. So let's say that has been hypothetically. Let's say he's right about this. That has been true before. That doesn't mean that in the film that can't be done well. You can't just say he's with humans, therefore it's bad. You need to explain me why it's bad in this instance.
Sonic Forces doesn't have any human except Eggman, so fuck you.
This is
It's a weird
sentiment.
claim to make when Sonic Unleashed exists. It has a
I
game.
think he might count it as bad.
Well, if you were to count it as bad, one of the biggest strengths the game has, is the immersion into the world, learning all about the cultures and the people. I don't think people would call that bad. If he does, then I'd like to know why.
Same with AC1, because all the humans have some fun interactions with Sonic. So yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
The best Sonic show was the one where it's just Sonic and his animal friends fighting Robotnik. They're in, you know what I mean? Like they're in a fantasy world. That's cool. That's awesome. You put them in a city and there's people. I don't like it.
So that
But-
okay, so
okay,
that's
I don't
just
care.
your preference, but like, man, that is so stupid. But so so he's saying that Detective Pikachu is good, or at least better, because the Pokemon are acting like Pokemon. I mean, they're in like a Pokemon world, but there are humans there. Like the point of the film has a lot of humans, and they're like a huge part of the plot. Even humans don't have fucking Pokemon. But if it's Sonic, if it has any humans, then it's bad. Even though the third act is like, if you said that the third act alone, if you hadn't seen any of the film prior to that, if you said that was set in a different world, you could 100% believe it, because it's like this huge robot fighting 3 alien creatures, right? So I don't understand how you can just say the humans are bad inherently, or that you don't like them inherently. I think it should vary from case to case. Otherwise, you're just like not gonna like things from their concepts. But I don't think they're bad ideas, only bad executions. But you, I guess.
I just think it's not fun. You're taking this fun fantasy character with his own cool world and making it so like already.
Making it what? You didn't finish your sentence. You're taking the characters from this fantasy world and making it. You can't just cut yourself off. I need to know what your point is, you moron. Oh my god.
Oh, that's great.
I'm not a fan of these movies, especially because it's the real world, our modern real world. So even at its
Yeah, because gun is a thing that exists in our world, yeah. Or this person named Robotnik who can build huge drones. We're gonna fucking kill everyone.
Yeah, remember Shadow is closed up in Area 51, so...
Oh yeah, that is also true.
Don't
We
go
also
there.
have a black hedgehog in Area 51, yeah.
Black Hedgehog's the most unrealistic part. Can't have black things.
core, it's difficult for me to enjoy these movies, you know? And so I already really don't like this whole like James Marsden, Tika Sumpter, like family thing, you know, like I'm a kid and I'm playing Sonic and it's like, hey, there's going to be a Sonic movie someday. I'm not imagining James Marsden and Tika Sumpter lecturing Sonic about responsibility.
Okay.
That's
That's
nice,
a
but I
you
don't
problem.
care.
Okay, alright. He's just outlining his biases.
Yeah, I agree. A kid's not going to think that because partially they'll have limited knowledge of Sonic.
Oh, I thought I pressed
Treating him-
play. And I was thinking, oh, he's just taking a breath like he always does, but I forgot to press play. So that's funny.
like a kid. You know what I mean? That's
No.
that's not.
Oh wow, what a great point. You know what I mean? That's
I
not.
know what you mean.
Yeah, no, I definitely know what you mean, man. Whew.
Lecturing Sonic about responsibility. Treating him like a kid. You know what I mean?
He is a kid.
That's
He
I'm
is a
just-
kid.
and that's not.
Treating him like a kid, you know.
That's not. Man, wow, that is a great point. I hadn't thought of that before.
See, in my opinion, they just
Yeah, I agree. It's 100%. Yeah.
Can I call it like most of the characters in the Sonic games are like 12 or something? Like at most?
Yeah, they're children.
Yeah,
They're little
14,
children.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Like,
treating
isn't
Sonic
the
like a
kid
child,
like
but Sonic is a
five?
child, and this is the point that like the person who was raising him was killed. The fucking owl, whatever it is.
Long claw.
Long Claw, yeah.
He was
Yes,
on for
Long
10
Hawk.
years.
Yes.
Of course, it's going to be a bit immature.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
say
Long Hawk.
it's like say Jinx in Arcane is like extremely childish and petty when she grows up. Like, yeah, that's the point. The person who was raising her died, and her sister isn't with her anymore. It's like, maybe there's a point to that.
Responsibility. Treating him like a kid. You know what I mean? That's not.
For fuck's sake. Okay, sorry.
So the opening is it's a slog, just a slog, and it's all the same jokes and all the same themes, and like
Fair
just
But the
enough.
same jokes? What?
How
Bear
does
in
that
mind,
make any sense?
the human scene with Sonic and Tom is a minute long, maybe 2. And he's treated as if it's like nearly the entire first portion.
I guess any scene that has like Sonic interacting with humans, he counts it as like human stuff. So like the scene where he stops the hijacking of that armored car for him, I guess would be a human scene, I suppose.
I
Do you
think
remember the joke?
Arlo has done it. He's taken a long man bed to its logical extreme.
Yeah.
Now, what 1 minute scene is too long.
Yeah.
Do you remember the jokes where Sonic was dealing with bank robbers in Sonic 1? I do. Exactly same
immediate-
jokes.
Yes.
it's pretty quickly apparent that this was not like picked up by a totally new writing team who's going to invigorate everything. No,
Well, yeah. It's a sequel. I would expect it to continue the same tone, at least somewhat. So
You're
yeah.
expecting a lot.
Okay.
well, this is a sequel. This is a direct sequel to the last movie. The feel, the vibe, everything about it is no, they didn't change that. And
Yeah.
so like it goes on and on. I'm waiting
Yeah.
for the movie to pick up.
It goes on and on. Yes, the film does continue playing. For some reason, even though me and my friends did not like the film, the guy with the projector, he did not stop the film. He did not press pause. No idea why. But so the film continues going on.
I just like how he's mad that it's following from the things that it did in the first film, like it said it was going to.
Yeah, it's like
It's
this film,
Oh, fuck
which
that.
is a sequel to another film, is a sequel. Like what?
Consistency is overrated anyway. So,
Yeah.
Are you telling me that this film with number 2 in the title is a sequel?
Well, you see, he thought it would be like Red Dead Redemption 2, or it would be a prequel, you know. But he was just
I
misguided.
hate franchises.
This video is so stupid.
And no cool stuff is going to happen. I've seen the trailers. It's going to be cool. There's going to be Knuckles and there's Tails. So, like,
Yeah.
they finally show up. Oh, yes.
Well, I mean, Knuckles shows up in the very first scene of the film. I would say they finally
Yeah.
show up, but unless you mean they finally
Yeah.
show up to meet Sonic or something of the sort. But you know, you didn't say that. But I'm still manning you because I'm just nice like that.
And also, it took like 20 minutes tops. So
Yeah, I mean the film isn't long. It's like an hour and a half long.
2 hours. You fucking.
Oh, fucking kill yourself. It's probably
mean, it's
like
like-
15 minutes of credits, so I assume it's like
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Credits are usually like around that long for blockbusters, especially with this heavy use of CGI. So
Yes, Knuckles and Tails and Eggman are there, and they're
Yeah.
confronting Sonic. They're
They
doing
are.
it in a house. They just kind of show up to his house.
yeah,
What the fuck else are they going to show up?
for some reason they didn't teleport to
He's going
fucking
on the
Mars to get Sonic, who's on Earth. Makes no sense. Super weird.
Oh, we're after Sonic. You know where we're going to? We're going to Walmart, baby.
Good
That's where
job.
we're going.
So look, humans need to buy things to survive. So at some point, Sonic is gonna come to this Walmart. So we're just gonna wait. We're gonna play the waiting game.
Let's wait for him in an active war zone.
Ukraine, everyone.
Just go to fucking Vietnam. We're like, okay, look,
Okay,
he's gonna show up
imagining,
here.
Let's time travel to the 1950s and just hope he shows up there.
There's a bit in like a montage where like he runs out of food and like he throws a ring to like a Walmart and grabs some Oreos. And I'm just imagining like Eggman Knuckles just like there he is.
There he is. I forgot about that scene. That's perfect.
Sonic is where he lives for some reason. I don't understand it.
Yeah. They go to where he lives. I have no idea why. Super weird.
Why
Weird
don't they
choice.
just go to Sonic, America's drive-thru? That's obviously where he's gonna go. That's where they should be waiting for him.
Awkward, but sure, whatever. They're gonna do something cool, and then like Knuckles is fighting Sonic. And
He's left.
Knuckles, Knuckles.
He stumbles upon it himself. That's
Man, he's
great.
really nervous. You can tell he's really nervous making this video. The amount of times he's left about things that he's like making a point of, he can't get his point out. It seems like he's really nervous.
Well, the thing is, he's making it out like the film isn't cool, but then he ignores when Knuckles just fucking pummels Sonic through the house. And then has him like by the throat after Sonic tries beating him.
Mm.
How the fuck is that not a cool scene?
saves him by hitting him with a police car.
Yeah.
Like he steals a police car
Yeah.
and drives it and hits Knuckles with it. And it's just like, okay.
Yeah.
Again, watching a Sonic movie. A Sonic movie with Sonic and Tails and Knuckles. And Tails just hit Knuckles with a police car. Okay.
Okay, what's the issue? And he was
this
still
is
he was fighting Sonic before. Like it wasn't just that. Like there was a whole scene leading up to that moment.
I want to add something as well. He actually modifies the police car with his own inventions.
Oh, is it modified?
Which
I
is
thought he
what-
just used it to drive it.
I watched it the second time, and if you look at the back of the police car, you can see his inventions
Oh, that's
on
neat.
the back of it.
That's neat then.
It's written. It is a really
Nice.
nice detail.
Yeah.
This shot right here is so good.
It is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and apparently that's not cool.
No.
Is that the Sonic movie you would write if you were writing like honestly?
Yes.
If it's a sequel to one, then yeah, I would probably do that. I mean, it makes sense for Tails to do what he did, so yeah.
Yeah.
Would you write that into your Sonic movie? Okay, I'm trying not to get hung up on too many.
You still haven't said anything. Can you please like form a full sentence? You stop interrupting yourself just to say nothing for 5 seconds.
It's a lot to talk about.
That's why I haven't said
and
anything
it's
yet.
just- I thought this would be the point in the movie where like it would get good, but instead, this is the moment in the movie when everything falls apart, and the plot
What?
loses all semblance of a structure.
Huh?
I mean,
Uh-huh.
I'm not the kind of person who's going to sit there and analyze the 3 acts of the movie
And it
all that
shows
stuff.
up.
You know, you want to break formula sometimes if it works, but like
But it doesn't. It's like the most basic fucking 3-act structure formula this film has. It's like
Yeah.
it follows a pretty simple like hero journey kind of step by step as well. It's like the cultural adventure, then the refusal to take action and everything. It's like it very, very formulaic in that sense.
honestly, cannot remember the last time I watched a movie that was so sloppily structured, so
How do you mean?
horribly paced.
Please
There is
explain what you
no
mean.
first, second, third act. It's
What are you
You're
talking
so
about?
right.
It is so simple. The inciting incident is they attack him and then he learns what they are going after. That's what incites the second act. The second act is developing that. The third act starts when the fucking Master Emerald is activated and then Robotnik goes and steals it after Knuckles and Sonic fight. That's like the simplest 3-act structure.
There is no first, second, or third act.
He knows nothing.
I'm so
This
confused.
movie is not real.
This movie's not
It's
real.
not a real movie.
Okay, how can you talk about films and not know how a film follows a simple 3-act structure? It's like, there's no 3-act structure for this film. What?
And
a
remember,
baffling
guys,
statement.
remember, all of this becomes non-existent when Knuckles gets hit by a car. That's
Yes.
the moment that
Yeah,
everything
when Knuckles
falls
gets hit by a
flat.
car, the film literally becomes Memento, where it starts showing backwards. So for some reason, I did not know why. Maybe it's the guy who was in the projector. He ended up hitting the projector really hard, and the film started flopping.
Base decision, to be honest, but besides the point.
Yeah.
just like beginning, and then stuff happens.
What?
Until the end. You know what I mean? I don't know.
No, we don't know.
No,
what
I-
happened.
I have no idea what you're saying. I'm so baffled. I don't understand.
He goes on
The film is the
assumption that we
simplest
get it.
hero's
No.
journey structure.
You know what I mean when there's just no acts.
The film is just, yeah, man, hate when that happens.
It was just me.
It's just meh. Like, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna put it on screen here. The hero's journey. Can you tell me how this film does not follow it to like a T? Status quo, call to adventure. With Knuckles and Robotnik show up. Supernatural aid is when he has the fucking the map lights up and shows Longclaw, or what's her name? Longclaw, is it?
Yes, Longclaw.
Yeah.
And then crossing the threshold is when they go to Siberia, and then Road of Trials is Siberia, and then having to the avalanche, and then Tails almost dying, and then the wedding. It's like, I'm not gonna go through all of it, but it's like, it is super simple as a way as of following these steps, which is a simple 3-act structure, because this here is the first act, this is the second act, this is the third act. So yeah, but all right.
Where we're going or how we're gonna get there. It's just kind of stuff happening. I felt like I was there in the.
He said how you have no idea how you're gonna get there, but let's. Sonic and Tails meet up. They learn about the Master. Well, Sonic learns about the Master Emerald. Looks for his map. The map tells him to go to Siberia. He goes to Siberia. Eggman and Knuckles were tracking him, so they go there. They go to Secret Temple. Knuckles and Eggman attack. Then Sonic escapes to Hawaii. Knuckles and Eggman goes to the temple. These are all interconnected. This doesn't just happen out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's like, I do have an idea of how these things happen.
There's a cause and effect, Arlo.
Yeah, it's like, why did he go to Hawaii? Because he called his friend to help him, and then he opens a portal for him to go to Hawaii. It's like, why was he in Siberia? Because the map told him to go to Siberia, and he has the ring to teleport him there. And he was tracked there. What was it? How did he track him? Was it like the energy signal from the spike? Was that it?
Eggman had a satellite system and was looking at his messages.
Oh yeah, the messages. Yeah. That's the point of the dot scene. I just remember that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Writers with them on a big old-timey typewriter. I'm sure that's what they all use, trying to just come up with another thing for the characters to do, a scene for them to just kind of do a thing, just to.
What are you saying? Please. The
know,
writers were
I
like,
was
I
talking
want
about
another
how
scene
they
where
get
characters
that.
do things. It's like, yeah, the writers do want their film to have some scenes to get character from point A to point B. That is indeed true.
pad out the
And
runtime.
Madava is talking about the padding time
Yeah, padding the
when this
runtime.
video is basically empty hair. So
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, if you cut out the dead air, this video would be like half an hour long.
Bit more. Okay, where could they go now? What could divert them from? You know what I mean? Like it was so.
Yeah, that's
No,
this part of the
I don't know what
story.
you
It's the
mean.
road of trials. You.
But let's actually look at it logically in a logical sequence. The only diversion that happens from cause and effect is the human subplot where Gunn intervenes
Yeah.
because it does come out of left field. Aside from that, the film is quite linear. I don't know. He's lying.
I felt like I was there with them, and they were throwing everything at the dartboard, we were joking after the movie. It's like they threw everything at the wall and saw what stuck, and nothing stuck. It's just none of it stuck. It was just all of the nonsense that you'd throw into a movie in like the early idea process, and they didn't cut any of it. You're supposed to like cut down from there. They didn't. They just left it all in. They took every idea.
So
Please stop repeating yourself. He's done this a gazillion times. Like, they just left it all in. They left all the ideas. And it's like, you don't need to repeat yourself. Can you please elaborate? Please? For me to know what you mean? I need an example.
This is one of the many statements that got people annoyed because he made false assumptions about the writers without properly substantiating his arguments.
Oh, I mean, these aren't assumptions about the writers. Just saying it felt like throwing all ideas, the ideas at the wall, and it felt like early ideas rather than developed and redrafted. I would say this is assumptions about how the writers made this film. Maybe later he does say something like that, but so far it's just like it's what it felt like to him, which is weird as fuck. But yeah, I don't know.
Idea and come up with, and they were like, we are going to force this to work. Okay, so Tails and Sonic, they hit Knuckles with a car or whatever. They get away from Knuckles and Eggman, and it's like, all right, here we go. They've got like they've got a quest. They've got a thing they're gonna do. They're gonna go after the Master Emerald. This is gonna get good. An emerald, a Chaos Emerald,
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm here. I am watching here.
A Master Emerald is not a Chaos Emerald, but okay.
Yeah,
You
but
would know that if you knew the game, Zalo.
no, but he knows everything. He said he did. I'm sorry. I believe him more than I believe you. So
Oh,
I mean, he has given me more reasons to believe him than you have, Jeb. Ever.
Yeah. You're not a fan, Jeb.
no.
Jeb liking Sonic, not ever.
Mm.
Ignore his profile
Yeah, it's
picture,
not-
please.
Not
It's
in
not
a
fan.
million years, no.
Yeah.
Here we go. And then
Can you please stop randomly laughing before you say things?
He sounds genuinely crazy. That's... Yeah.
oh no!
Just say what you want to say.
The first thing they do immediately, they warp to some snowy mountain. Cool. This is getting
Shoot, Siberia, yeah.
epic. What's that building over there? Let's see. Well,
That's not exactly that. They need shelter. They found a tavern, I guess.
you know,
Yo.
in the first movie, there was a scene where they go into a seedy bar with a bunch of angry people who are.
That scene was weird, but I really liked the slow down moment.
Yeah.
I done the story. I'm free.
Now all you need to do is play all of it in free play, Jeb.
No.
Good luck.
We're gonna be. And Sonic has to pretend like. Yeah, they just do that again.
Yeah, but
No,
this
they
time
don't.
it works really much better. They need shelter,
Yeah.
and then their disguises make way more sense as well.
I'm not going to pretend it isn't inspired from it because I figured it is, but literally the entire context is different. They need to go here or they die. It's a dance scene. They stay there overnight. The costumes are much better, and the purpose of it is better than what it was in the first film.
They just do that again.
They don't.
Except this time it's Sonic and Tails. They just do it again. They just go, except this time it's like it's and it's
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. That's a very good point because this time it's mhm. Oh my god, how hard is it to write a fucking script? Tin wrote notes right after she watched the fucking film just so she wouldn't be mumbling
Yeah,
when talking about the
exactly.
film. It's not that hard.
Like, I literally just wrote down random shit like Tails was cute, Eggman was cool, like anything to make me not go every 5 seconds, at least to sound coherent.
Yeah, and we're doing a fucking live stream where it's expected to, ramble a bit. This is a fucking video. You have time to edit and script it out. Jesus.
No, it's a sad state when I'm more competent than you.
It's in another country. They don't speak the language, so then they have like the classic like mistranslation joke where it's like, "Oh, can I have a bowl of soup?" And then the translator says, "You smell like farts today." And it's like, "Great, yeah, I haven't seen that joke before." So like,
Okay.
all of these so it's the same thing. It's a bar, and all these.
You wanna know what's funny?
Mm.
He goes, I was expecting reference in that for this film, but Tails' mistranslation is a reference to Sonic Colors.
Oh, it is?
Yes. Yeah, it is.
Oh, that's neat.
During the entire game, he keeps getting the translation wrong into silly little things with
Huh.
the wisps.
But this film isn't faithful though, so fuck you.
No.
Yeah, get fucked.
No, of course it isn't.
These people, when they realize that Sonic and Tails aren't really strange little people, they're actually whatever they are. They don't even, like, this movie has the most crazy cartoon logic. They don't even react. They don't even, like, what's going on? They're just like, monsters, throw them in the fireplace.
Are you? Oh, okay.
That's reacting.
No, Jeb, that is the most retarded sentence I've heard in a week. So he says they don't even react. The only thing they do is say they are monsters and try to burn them. That it clearly isn't a fucking reaction. They're just super okay. Okay. They don't react. They just think they're monsters and try to burn them alive. It clearly isn't a reaction. Okay, Arlo.
Like, the first thing they go to is just pick them up and throw them in the fireplace. And then...
Why wouldn't that be reasonable when they see fucking monsters? What they assume are monsters.
Get away from them throwing in the fireplace by having a dance battle.
Yes.
A dance battle.
It's part of their culture.
Yes.
Yeah.
A dance battle. Why
Tradition,
not?
you know.
Sonic and Tails.
It's part of their culture. Yeah, it is cartoon logic, but it's like, it is consistent, so I don't care. Like, I don't expect this film to take itself that seriously, so like, I'm fine.
Tails are having a dance battle in a bar, in a pub, so that they can stop themselves from getting thrown in a fire.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that happens.
Okay, so I guess that's
Yes,
self-evidently
it does.
bad. Thank you.
That happens, yeah. Well done.
I guess this is
Good job.
self-evidently bad. It's like, yeah, so that happens. Woof, that is rough, isn't it? If you say so.
I do want to
Buddy.
defend the scene, and not from Arlo in particular, because I don't think he makes these criticisms, but a lot I like why doesn't Sonic run for the map and just leave with his speed, and it's ignoring the fact that they'll fucking die if they go out there.
Yeah, they need.
They don't know where shelter is, and all
shelter.
they got to do is win this dance battle, and they're fine. They
Mhm.
could stay there.
Oh, also, I was thinking, as he was mentioning this, about how Sonic could have just, I guess, used his ring to teleport himself to somewhere else in the world to spend the night, and then get back to Siberia when he is, when it's, not night anymore, and it's easier for them to, I guess, climb the mountain. But isn't the idea that you can't teleport properly if you can't visualize where you want to go? So they wouldn't be able to teleport back here because they can't see anything because of the fucking blizzard. So it is
Pretty
more worth
much.
your time to spend your night in this place as for shelter. So
Yeah.
Of course, the whole time, like, they need the map. Oh no, we need the map, but they've got the map. And like, okay, here's the point where it's like, I just saw Sonic clean
Oh, so he
his
does make this.
disgusting house in
this point.
3 seconds. I've seen him zip across entire counties in a second.
Well, Jeb preemptively
Grab the map.
talked about this point. So
Grab the map.
that's fun.
At any point. Just run over there and grab it. Oh no, there's the map. Grab the map and zip out of there. You'll be out in a second. No, you gotta have a dance battle. Because of
And
course you
zip
have to
out of
have
there, yeah, because, they didn't get inside there by freezing to death. That's not true.
Of course you have to have a dance battle. And so, like, that's the beginning of, like, seeing scenes. Like, that's the thing about this movie is it's a 2-hour movie. It is a
Oh,
2-hour kids movie. And there are entire scenes where you're like, okay, that could have just not been there. It doesn't need to be 2 hours.
I disagree.
I disagree, yes.
Even the wedding
Man.
stuff, I don't think this scene didn't need to be there. I just think it could have been cut down.
The dance scene characterizes Tails very effectively, so yeah.
I'm on the opposing side that you cut down a wedding. I think the issue is it's not developed enough. So I think you need more.
I think it could be both, where you cut out some stuff and then you add context. So like when what's her face is going past the guards, and they have a joke about her, about the girls getting married, the fiance, taking them out by accident. It's like you could cut that out and then you add context to make it work better, that it doesn't seem as contrived, stuff like that.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, so it's like, I think there are a lot of things you can cut out of the wedding stuff to make it better, but you can also add context to make it even better after you cut out some stuff. So yeah.
Chop that whole thing out, and it would have been fine. It's even worse. Oh my gosh. Oh, this hurts. This hurts to...
It hurts to listen to as well, don't worry.
I'm going to describe another scene. No, it's not a scene.
Okay.
It's not a scene.
Okay,
Oh.
I'm gonna describe another scene, but it's not a scene, okay? Thank you.
It's a series of scenes. It is a section, a significant section
Stop repeating
of
yourself.
the movie.
Just explain it.
I'm going to try my best here.
Just say
Very
it!
annoying.
So
I
James
refuse to believe you're trying your best.
Yeah.
Marsden, his sister-in-law doesn't like him. She's getting married. Oh, you better not mess up my wedding. Okay, yeah, it's gonna mess up the wedding. Whatever. So then, like, he has to save Sonic. Sonic and Tails are being chased by an avalanche across the world, and he has to throw out a ring. And you saw it in the trailers. And then all the snow comes out of the rings, and it ruins the wedding. Oh no, you ruined the wedding. Like, cut. End of scene. Right there. You did it. You saved Sonic. You ruined the wedding. It's funny. She's mad at you. Awesome. Done. No, that's not the end, my friends. That's not the end at all. That should have ended there. It should have ended there. But no. It turns out that everybody in the wedding was actually an undercover agent. And this wedding was an operation to capture Sonic.
Yeah.
Even her fiancé was in on it. And all the hotel staff at the entire resort, everyone in Hawaii was in on this operation to capture Sonic. How did they know Sonic was gonna be there?
They didn't. The idea was to
No,
ambush
they
him
didn't, yeah.
because Tom was there. And it turned out it did happen properly. Like, and it also was like, when Tom leaves, you'd assume he's gonna leave by ring as well, right? By the portal. So they can just step into the portal to get to where Sonic is at their home and grab him as well, right? So as long as they play the waiting game, it should potentially work in their favor.
How did they know he was being chased by an avalanche and James Marsden was
Oh,
gonna...
see, this is what's the name of the fallacy? Is reductio ad absurdum, I think, where it's basically you're making the thing sound more absurd than it actually is to make it sound less reasonable. They didn't need to know that there would be an avalanche. All they needed to know was that they could get to Sonic in some capacity. So either Sonic would get to them or they would go to Sonic and they could just follow as long as they opened the portal with the ring there. So that's all they needed to do. They didn't to know that there would be an avalanche that they needed to save Sonic from. That's a really disingenuous take to have on what their plan was.
To use a to teleport him into the wedding where we were like, okay, we have to be missing something. We have to. This can't be the logic they're trying to get. I don't.
It isn't.
I don't
It's
get
not.
it. Why didn't they just go to Sonic's house?
Because that's predictable. I don't know.
They didn't know he was going to be there.
Yeah.
They know where Sonic lives.
All we know is that they know that Tom and Maddie was aiding and abetting Sonic, but they didn't know where Sonic still was.
Mm.
There's
Yeah.
stuff to suggest they knew that.
Lives. If they know he's attached to James, why we can't. We're and like it gets so much worse. Again, sure, end it there. That was ridiculous. I don't understand it at all. Just none at all. Not even in a cartoon logic kids movie kind of way can I understand that. I don't get it. Am I missing something? Let me know in
Yes,
the comments.
you
Did
are.
I not
Yes.
get it?
Yes, obviously.
Yes.
And then the government guys capture James Marsden and Sonic, and then you get Tika Sumpter and her sister going on this odyssey to.
I mean, it's like 2 minutes long, but yeah, I did not like this part at all. But to
I
call it an odyssey is a bit much, my dude.
I didn't care.
I timed the whole thing when Sonic is captured by Gun all the way till Sonic is freed and running. It's 10 minutes long. That entire section.
Yeah, but it's
So
an
the-
odyssey.
Too long.
Yeah. The freeing thing is about 2 minutes.
Just say, and for the sister to be mad at the guy who was gonna, and so like they're just trying, and they've got like the backpack of Tails'
Can you please finish your point? I have no idea what any arguments you're making are. You just stop halfway through every sentence.
Inventions, and they're like bumbling their way and using them to like kill a bunch of guys, and it goes on, and then there's a big
It doesn't go on for
face
that long.
off between the sister and her husband, and you're like, I don't know these characters. I do not know these characters. I don't care about these characters. The sister was in the first movie for like 2 minutes.
I agree. I did
This-
not care about them.
Yeah,
So that's a moot point because Tails was in the previous movie for literally 30 seconds. So no,
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
but it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, it's yeah, how are you gonna care about these characters is definitely gonna be subjective. Like I think I definitely didn't. Felt like
Me neither,
unnecessary
but,
additions, but yeah, making that point that they were for not that long in the first film, therefore in the second film we shouldn't care about them. It is
No, because it
doesn't
wasn't
track.
there either. So
Yeah, that's a good point.
And now it's
for
Wait.
me, it's just there's no development to their relationship. You're kind of just presented with it,
Mhm.
no understanding. So I have no care for either of them. And Rachel, there isn't much to the character. She's just loud person who generally doesn't like Tom.
Yeah.
That's basically all there is to her. Oh, and she loves Randall now.
The most value I get from the wedding stuff is like thematic value, but it is not like add a lot for the characters that are that interesting, I guess.
this whole plot line of her and her fiance, and they have this whole tearful reunion. Did you actually love me? Oh, I broke the first rule of undercover work. Never fall in love with the person that you're pretending to fall in love with. What is happening? Who are these people? I don't
Jesus
care.
Christ.
I don't care. It's just like this ridiculous. It was already such a bad twist in the movie, and it just goes on and on and on before they finally save Sonic. And it's just like, what is this? It's another scene that could have just been chopped off. You chop off the dance battle, and you chop off this, and you have a nice.
No, you cannot chop
No,
off the
not
dance
the
battle.
dance battle one.
That scene's
No.
super important for Tails, like you said, Thuglas. So you cannot cut that scene.
Clean hour-and-a-half movie. but it's
Hour and a half. Those scenes aren't that long.
Uh,
Like Jeb said, this is like 10 minutes, but even then, you can't cut all 10 minutes from it. So let's say you cut 8 of those 10 minutes, being extremely generous, and then the dance battle. How long does that scene? Like 5 to 10 minutes? Do you know, Jeb?
I
5, I'd say.
didn't time that one, but I'd be inclined to say 5.
So
Yeah.
5, but also we wouldn't cut all of it because there is context to that can't be cut. So let's say 3. So that'd be like, what, 11 minutes? So I guess if you cut 11 minutes out of this 2-hour film, you get an hour and a half. So, yeah, sure.
it's a mess. It's a mess. It's a kid.
It's a kid.
Here's the
It's a kid.
It's a kid.
This film is
Yeah,
a kid.
It's a kid.
It is a
Sonic
kid.
is a kid.
Wow,
Yes.
well done. It is a kid. My mic disconnected for a sec. Okay.
Fuck's sake.
Beautiful, beautiful video. Fuck. Just realized. Fuck.
The thing, though. My theory. They couldn't chop those scenes. Do you know why? Because those
They are
scenes
important for
were
the
part
film, yeah.
of the checklist.
What?
Because this isn't a movie.
What?
Mhm.
This isn't the
wasn't
movie.
script.
This isn't a movie. Oh
No.
no. I really wanted
Oh,
CV to hear that. CV loves when people say things aren't real. But
So, what's the title of the video? So, a Sonic the Hedgehog 2 movie rant. Oh,
It is not a movie.
But this isn't a movie, no.
yeah.
Nah.
Obviously he's not saying it like on a literal sense, but fucking hell, what the fuck does he mean?
So this is where he's going to get into the fact that there's apparently a checklist for the producers or corporate, and that's the reason for these scenes.
I really would like for him to prove that. That'd be neat. I'm sure he does,
He
right,
doesn't.
Jeb? No, Jeb. He
Nah,
would.
no,
He
no, no.
wouldn't. He wouldn't just say on some substantiated stuff, Jeb.
Mm.
Checklist. Because this isn't a movie. This wasn't a script they were writing. This was a corporate checklist that they had to fill. And they had to fill all of those boxes, tick all the boxes, and make that into a story, whether or not it worked.
Okay,
like,
now I'm
just throughout
I'm
the
angry.
CV.
What the fuck is this? Wow.
So hold on, CV, you're back. CV.
Yes.
Do you
yes,
think
yes,
Sonic
yes.
Chew is like a movie?
No.
No. Oh, so you're gonna agree with him? That's
You know
nice.
why? Because those scenes were part of the checklist. Because this isn't a movie.
See, he agrees with you. This isn't a movie.
It's just a checklist, CV. It's just a
What?
checklist.
So what did I just watch like 3 hours ago in the theaters? Then
It wasn't a movie. It was a checklist.
no movie.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
A visual checklist.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. I think more filmmakers should strive to do that. To be honest.
Yeah.
Zack
just-
Snyder invented
Nice.
this.
Exactly. It's like you had
That's
this
why people
list.
didn't like Zack Snyder's films, because they didn't understand that they weren't films, they were checklists, and that's a different kind of audio-visual product. You know?
Exactly. He made
It's blueprint. Zack Snyder is the blueprint. in
Yes.
checklist film movies.
Yeah, he's the blueprint for
Already-
Sonic Chew.
Zack Snyder laid out this entire list of characters he wanted to ruin, and he carried that out. And people just didn't understand that that movies is not what he was making. He was making lists.
Yes.
I can't do this anymore.
The past 3 ECUMs have just consecutively been Zack Snyder based.
Yes, and they will remain to be. Zack Snyder is our god.
Based.
This
Zack
wasn't
Snyder
a
came up
script
with
they-
ECUM.
Yes, Zack Snyder is actually the creator of ECUM. He went to me with the concept, and yeah, that's where it came from. Yeah.
They were writing.
ECUM actually
this-
stands for Zack Snyder's Media Podcast.
Zack Snyder's. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. ZMP ECUM. Yeah. Yeah.
This was a corporate checklist that they had to fill, and they had to fill all of those boxes, tick all the boxes, and make that into a story, whether or not it worked. And like just throughout the entire movie, I can see the checklist. I can see the list the executives
So
gave to the
good job,
writer.
Jeff Fowler. You made a movie, a checklist movie that worked.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Even if it is what he says, like, you need to explain to me how each. Well, you need to prove that it's a checklist first, because I don't believe you.
And then you have to prove it doesn't work, and
Yeah.
you're not doing a good job at that.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty insulting to make that assumption with
Yeah.
no basis.
Yeah, it's very disingenuous.
The whole time. So like, okay, yeah, you're right in the Sonic movie. Okay, we gotta have a dance battle. Okay, we have to have a crashed wedding because
Remember the first one
Did
didn't
Sonic
have
1
the-
have a dance battle?
No, it did not. So
Nor
it can't
did
be
it
on the
have-
checklist.
Wait, but it also didn't have a wedding being ruined, did it?
Exactly. There's no fucking checklist.
So it's a checklist specifically for sequel films.
Sonic 2,
So,
then.
no, it's specifically for sequel films. So if you have, like you have a Star Wars film, the second film will always have a crash wedding and a dance battle. You can see that in Empire. It definitely had
Does
that.
Shrek 2 have a dance battle?
That's where the Han Solo song comes from.
Yeah, it was an Empire. It was
Oh,
Disney deleted
right,
that
yeah.
scene when they acquired Star Wars. But if you look at the original version of Empire, it has a dance battle between Han and Darth
And
Vader.
Mando.
Yeah.
Yeah, when he goes
This is-
into carbonite, he starts going
This
on
is
Han
where I
Solo.
raced. This is where I race to you, the greatest sequel ever made, Batman versus Superman. And in the ultimate Omega cut edition of the film, there's actually the resolution to the Batman versus Superman fight is a dance battle.
Yeah.
So Zack Snyder clearly understood the assignment and knew that all sequels should have a dance battle within them.
Yeah.
And that's
And
clearly
he's
what
the
Sonic
blueprint once again.
Yeah,
He is
as
not
always,
getting the
as per
blueprints.
usual. Yeah.
I guess we now have a climax to the Batman sequel. It's going to be Batman and Mr. Freeze dancing off to and Blue or something.
Yes.
Batman's dream in Zack Snyder's Justice League was a dance battle where Lois Lane was giving him a lap dance.
Yes.
Exactly.
And that also ties in with the crashed wedding that needs to be in a sequel, because Batman crashed the wedding between Lois Lane and Superman. That seems all just cut, See, it all works
Oh,
together.
that's so
It's a
retarded.
it's a perfectly cohesive film. Yeah.
Yes.
is you got to make sure there's enough humans for the parents. We got to have at least one fart joke. Sonic has to hurt himself.
Fart joke? I don't remember.
There is a fart joke, but I'm like, when is a fart joke in a checklist?
Also, like, fart jokes aren't inherently bad. Just watch The Lighthouse,
Yeah.
and it's like, okay, point
The
proven.
fart joke is when Sonic is made a fake version of himself to sneak out.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That
That
was.
was-
I think that
yeah.
was fine. I don't remember that now. No, that worked. Wow.
That was funny.
Yeah. Because it's like him pretending to be there. How would he do that? How would he do that, but also get Tom to get away from him? Oh, the fart, and then he's like, "Oh man, I knew she recorded real farts." It's like that's kind of funny. I don't know.
Yeah.
And say nailed it. And there have to be
Wait, what? You have to say nailed it? Oh, sorry. Do you have?
because you got to make sure there's enough humans for the parents. We got to have at least one fart joke. Sonic has to hurt himself and say nailed it.
Oh, okay.
hang on, I've just noticed an
Oh,
issue
okay.
with
Okay.
his argument. Later on, he's going to claim that the references out there for kids, like the Sonic stuff, is there for adults. But then you can't have the humans there for adults if you want the focus to be the Sonic references.
That is a good point. Well, but it seems to me Arlo wants to to make his cake and have it chill. I forgot the fucking saying, but yeah.
He wants his cake and eat it too.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Jeff.
And there have to be at least 5 or 10 references to modern tech services like Uber and stuff.
No, that's
Yeah. What's the
that's
problem
embedded
with that?
advertising. It's embedded advertising. What are you talking about? That's not references. That is paying the money that you need to make this film. Films cost a lot of money. This is how they pay for it.
Isn't there only one service joke, which is, did somebody call an Uber?
Yes. I
think
don't
it is.
remember anything
Yeah.
other than that. Yeah, but he said 15, so I would trust him because he's trustworthy.
I know Liv Garden, but yeah.
You know, and we need more flossing and more Fortnite dances.
There was one. It was
There
the
was
Okay,
floss.
one
stop.
with
I've-
Fortnite
Yeah.
dance.
It was one. You need more
Yes,
flossing,
and-
more
and it
Fortnite
was
dances, such as
explicitly-
flossing, which is the same as the first one. So it isn't more
and it was
Fortnite dances.
explicitly awkward because it was made. It was done by Eggman, so
Yeah.
it's
separate from
explicitly cringe. You know, it's
Yeah. Also, why did this image he put have like some weird pixelated stuff on the left?
Really.
I don't know.
I imagine
those
it
look
isn't
like
like
dead
this in the
pixels.
trailer.
No, those are dead pixels by the looks of it.
Oh, but
Yeah, though that's actually a reference to Shadow the Hedgehog.
Ah.
You see-
He's coming through the screen.
The dance battle, totally separate. And then of course, the precious references. Ooh,
Such as
talk about
Well, I mean, but it's in character for Sonic. I mean, I think it's
Yes.
fine. It's like I don't know. I feel Sonic quite a lot as like Abed from Community. It was like it's part of his character that he references a lot of media because he consumes a lot of media. So
Yeah.
I don't know. But Thuglas.
He's inspired.
Sorry. Go on.
He's inspired by the superhero stuff he
Yeah,
consumes.
and the first movie you can see him read super fast the Flash. So yeah,
Yeah, but Thuglas, do you have to
Yeah.
leave us now? You have to.
I do have, yes. I need something very important called sleep. So yeah.
Wow, imagine
Ah,
sleeping,
nice.
cringe lord. But yes, thank you for coming on, Thuglas. It was fun having you.
Thank you for welcoming me.
Of course. So yeah, we'll catch you later.
Yeah. You can find me on Twitter on
Yeah,
Thuglas Plus.
it is in the description if you would like to go to his
Okay.
Twitter. Yeah,
See ya.
see ya.
Goodbye,
Goodbye.
Thuglas
Bye.
Alboso.
Ah, that's good. I hate the French. So let's continue.
the rest says, if you watching this right now, if you are able,
If
You
you
have the
are
ability-
justice,
Please do not lie. What is the price for your Sonic Chew references?
if you are blue justice, please do not lie.
Okay, hold on. I want to see what his point is.
you watching this right now, if you are able, if you have the ability to feel that this movie is some sort of love letter to Sonic, because
Jeb, do you feel like this film is some sort of love letter to Sonic? Do you have that ability? Do you feel that within yourself?
Are you
See,
able?
I want to compliment it better because a love letter sounds like, oh, it's just doing like really nice things for the to the franchise. But this isn't. I think this is more of a than a love letter. This is a fresh new take on characters that have lost their way a bit.
Hmm.
I think it brings Sonic back into the public eye in a positive way.
Right. Well, I think I could call that a love letter the same way I would call the Batman a love letter to Batman as a character, where it's like he completely understands the character, even though a lot of other interpretations haven't understood him the best, and it shows like what people
Yeah.
love this character for has been shown in this film through like a story that is very meticulously crafted by someone who clearly cares a lot about what he's doing. So, I would say
I think I'm.
it's a love letter.
Yeah, I can see both. I'm more with Jeb because like this morning when I went inside, like
Mhm.
the entire theater was just filled with children, and by the end they were all like clapping and cheering, and
Mhm.
especially after the shadow thing. And so I do think this movie is really going to help kind of shape a new generation of Sonic fans, and I think that's a really positive impact it's going to have.
I shit you not, people weren't aware there was a post-credit scene when I watched it second time, and they all stood there at the entrance just waiting to see it.
Oh,
Yep.
They didn't want to leave when they noticed.
Some people stood up from their seats, but I feel like they caught on by seeing people still sitting down, so they just
Yeah.
stood there like they were just frozen.
And then they cheered when they saw Shadow, and I was like, yo!
Yeah, at both times, my theater has just exploded when they see Shadow, so I really like that.
Yeah, when I watched mine too, but it's like my theater had 10 people in total, and like 6 were a group of friends sitting in the back, and those were the ones who were like, I think, hardcore Sonic fans, because I kept hearing them talk about the film before it started, and then when Shadow showed up, they were like, hell yeah, they were like super happy. So yeah, that was neat.
And it's like, for once with Sonic, I'm positive. I haven't been like that in a long time because of the games.
Mm.
And I'm like, they're not going to make Shadow just like this edgy character. They're actually going to make him a layered, emotionally vulnerable character.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to bring him back properly.
They're gonna
Like,
do
yes.
Kurt Cobain version of Shadow the Hedgehog, just like
Including,
Yes.
including the suicide.
including this. Sonic 3 is gonna end with him shooting his head off. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Sonic 3 Shadow's End.
Shadow's End.
Shadow ends himself.
Yeah, the film actually just starts with Sonic reading a suicide note. It's like, what the fuck is Shadow?
Oh no, Shadow. That, you know what's funny? I think that kind of happens in the end of Sonic Adventure 2. Shadow dies by sacrificing himself. And then there's something red. So I'm like, oh. So you're not far off.
Yeah, I'm a massive Sonic fan, so I'm just, I want them to adapt it properly into the big screen.
Because of all the references and Sonic imagery, I'm jealous.
Okay.
I want to be in your position. I am happy for you. I wish.
Why did he put this like frame of Sonic eating a hot dog when he's talking about the references to
That's
the
a
games?
chili dog.
Oh, sorry, Jim.
And the reason why he's put it there is because Sonic's favourite food is chili dogs, and it's frequently referenced in this film.
See, I did not know that, but this is clearly not faithful.
Uh-huh.
I do not have the ability to feel
This
the same
shot
way.
is awesome.
I can't. The references, they didn't do much for me because the rest of the movie is so terrible.
But that doesn't matter to your original point, which is that you said this isn't faithful to the games.
Yeah.
Or at least trying to be faithful.
So far removed from Sonic and what I like about Sonic. And like I said, like after seeing
Remember, there's an entire set piece that's based on Hidden Palace, a labyrinth zone, where it's at the shrine of the Master Emerald, and it's literally played out similar to how Eggman betrays Knuckles in the games, and they work together, and they even incorporate Sonic's fear of swimming, included the drowning theme, but that's not faithful at all.
Oh well.
the first be in the trailer for this one. Like, you can see all the imagery, and it's just like, surely they got someone who cares about stuff. Like, they had to. They
Yeah.
had to have. But, like, the references are almost entirely artificial. They're just like, they're part of the checklist. They're just stapled on. We
What do you
have to have
mean?
him up on a building like in Sonic Adventure. And we have to have him snowboarding like Sonic 06. And we have to have that badly drawn Sonic picture meme again.
Wait, they
So
had it
we
again?
have- Yeah, with the inflatable Sonic.
I don't remember that. Wait, when is that?
The fart joke.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I did not know that was supposed to be that. My brain just
Oh,
thought
that's what that was.
yeah, because I didn't think it was supposed to be a reference. I thought it was just a Sonic created
I'm
fake
gonna be
Sonic.
honest. When I first heard it, for a second I thought it was gonna be the old design. Like I thought they were going to take like a joke.
Oh
at
yeah,
that.
yeah. I actually thought it kind of looks like the original design for Sonic 1, Sonic the Hedgehog film. So
But it's
alright.
it's like, oh, we gotta have the snowboard reference. Yes, in a winter place where they're on a slope.
Yeah, but it's like you want the film to have like the kind of feel of the games, right? So if there's a like level in the games or whatever, that's where them snowboarding. Well, if you make your characters go to Siberia, that's an easy way to have that. So I don't see the issue. It's like, yeah, it's gonna feel very much like the games. There's snowboarding and dodging shots from Eggman trying to survive. I don't know. I don't see how that's bad or that's artificial, like he's saying. I think he meant superficial, but he said artificial.
I don't.
Even
really
already
care.
referenced it in the first movie, and we gotta have Sonic say, "Gotta go fast."
Yeah, but that was amazing though. I'm sorry, but they made him saying "gotta go fast" fantastic. It was a really good moment.
Yeah.
There's even like hidden Easter eggs, like really subtle ones that Arlo wouldn't catch on. Like, I spoke about it with you, Sky, but the Sonic Adventure 1 reference that I got on the second watch, where Sonic asks Tails if he watches him shower, and that's a reference to Sonic Adventure 1 Casinopolis, where if you go to a shower, Sonic will start doing a showering animation, Tails just watches. And most people, I haven't seen anyone catch on to that bar me.
Yeah, so it's not faithful because it is too different from the games, but also it references the games too much, but it's also not meaningful reference. So like, what references does he want? Because it seems like you can't win with him by this point.
He
Like,
wants a
anything is gonna
reference
complain.
to Zack Snyder. That's what he wants.
I mean, this is the thing. Knuckles' origin is pretty much from the games. Eggman is much more faithful to the games. You had Mushroom Hill right in the beginning. Sonic is very much from the games, and how he behaves, and so is Tails.
Yeah, I don't know what he wants. I don't know.
Doesn't do anything for me. That's not stapling this kind of stuff onto a generic Hollywood schlock movie. Like, that doesn't make it a love letter. I mean, I don't use the word pandering a lot, but that's what it feels like to me. Let's just make the same generic, boring garbage and staple on a bunch of references. That's literal pandering right there. That's just being like, hey, look at us, look, we got the memes, we got the references. Oh.
Okay, I don't. You gotta prove that it doesn't have anything beyond pandering, right? Because it's like, I try to think of a good example of something that panders.
Mandalorian.
Mandalorian. It's like, so Luke showing up at the end of season 2 makes absolutely no sense. Him killing all those droids makes absolutely no sense. He should have died quite a few times actually because of plot armor. And then he takes Grogu to train him, and then in Book of Boba Fett they character assassinate him by making him believe in the prequel way of the Jedi thinking, right? So that's like he's there because the audience likes Luke and they want to see Luke again. But he isn't like there in a way that makes sense or that is consistent with what we know of his character or anything like that. He's just there for that. You can know that because he has no purpose beyond that for the story. Like, he serves as Deus Ex Machina, where if any other Jedi had showed up at the end of season 2, the scene would have gone the same. And there's no reason for him to be there from like a story perspective that makes any sense. Whereas in this film, the references, as someone who didn't get the references, I never thought the references felt out of place. It felt like, yeah, no, this makes sense with the story. And if it is referencing the games, then that's just better, isn't it? It's just something that is incorporated within the story that flows naturally. But people who know the games will look at that and go, oh, I recognize that. That's neat. Like,
The most reference detriments to the film is using gun, because it feels like the wedded subplot was just there to try and find a way to put gun into the story.
I would agree with that, yeah.
But aside from that, I wouldn't say so. Even like the manual joke, which is based on the Sega Genesis art, that's a good joke that was set up by Robotnik when he's saying, "Don't you ever read a manual?"
Yeah. I didn't know that was a reference either.
The humor's bad.
Okay.
And that's really the main, like, it almost doesn't even matter what happens. I am complaining about the plot, but like, if the humor's good, I'll enjoy pretty much anything, you know? It's not good here. It's bad.
Okay.
It's bad. It's even worse than the first movie.
Oh
It's
no.
like
No. This film is way funnier than the first one. Way funnier. But I need you to hear why it's bad. If you could please explain it to me, Arlo.
every lazy, cliched kids movie catchphrase in the book
Such
is
as?
in this movie. And that to me, like,
Okay, you're
maybe
not
I'm
gonna say.
particularly sensitive to that kind of stuff because that makes it feel like you're not writing a movie.
Huh?
You're not writing a movie for people to enjoy. You're not writing a movie.
Oh yeah, I
that you-
forgot this isn't a movie. For a sec, I was thinking, wait, how can you not be writing a movie? But I forgot it's not a movie; it's a checklist, so it's fine. He's consistent.
And if it's cliched for kids reference, then in theory that would be enjoyable because that's how it's become a cliche.
Yeah.
you would even enjoy. You're just writing a movie with jokes that you know kids have laughed at before, so you just put, like, that's the mark of a bad movie. An Illumination trailer played, and it was just before the movie. It's the same thing. It's all
No, don't you dare compare Illumination films to this one. That is insulting to Sonic Show. Fuck that. No. No, honestly, Illumination's like the worst animation company. They're terrible. Like, they make the most derivative fucking stupid films, like that Sing film or whatever. It's like the most boring generic films with like terrible animation. I think the Secret Life of Pets or whatever is also theirs. Like, no, don't
Good
compare
luck, they're doing Mario.
them.
That's
all
funny.
the same horrible jokes from a lazy screenwriter. Oh, and Jim Carrey.
Okay, so he's just moving on. You did not give a single example of a bad joke. I have nothing to do with this point. It's like, the jokes are bad because, Jesus Christ, it's so unfunny. And the jokes, they're bad. So, yeah, moving on, Jim Carrey. It's like, thank you. That was good use of a minute of my life.
Man,
And then he just insulted the screenwriter.
Yeah.
I'm so torn on Jim Carrey. Like, I like Jim
What?
Carrey. There's part of me that loves the super cartoonish, over the top shtick that he's got, you know, like the Grinch, his Grinch. I'm one of the few people that just absolutely loves that movie because I it's fun. I like seeing this larger than life character who's a human, but he's like a cartoon character. And it's like, I go back and forth between being like, he is funny and kind of charismatic, and just being like, it's too much. This is Jim Carrey cranked up to 12. This is like, it's every second he's on the screen, it's so over the top. It's so, but like,
Yeah,
I
it's
said, I
great.
kind of like it sometimes, and other times
It's also worth noting there's a story reason Eggman has literally gone insane.
Yeah. Yeah, the beginning of the film showed that quite well when he has rock version of Stone, or a Stone version
That
of rock.
place.
What was the guy's name? The guy's name is Stone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he had a rock that he named Stone. So that was great. That was like the first dialogue in the film, and I thought that was hilarious. It's like, I named my rock Stone.
And he plays chess with himself.
Yep. Ah man, that opening was so good. Especially I think you mentioned it, right? CV, him making his coffee, that long tractor
Yeah.
shot. Yeah, that was really
How he
good.
was trying to make fungi into a serviceable drink, and it was just a montage of him spitting it out.
Yeah, yeah, but the way it was shot, how he had like a fucking toy Sonic that the boulder was going after. It was all part of him making coffee. It was great. That's really good.
Yeah.
it's just like, stop. It's too much frosting on the cake. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. You have not explained what you mean. You're saying he's over the top. Sometimes you like it, but sometimes you don't. And when you don't, it's too much. But when you do, it's not. So, yeah. Arguments.
It's just, oh man. And it's funny because like the first movie has this like 45-minute long scene where he just dances, and it was like
40? Okay, I know he's exaggerating, but that seems, isn't it like a minute long?
If that.
Yeah. And it was super fun. That was like the most enjoyable part of the film for me. I love that.
I still think it's his best moment. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. That was great.
probably the worst part of the movie because it's just like, what is
What?
this?
Oh.
And
It's
You-
him building his robots, you dumbass.
Do you not understand his character, his hubris, and egotistical nature? He's like he's hyping himself up because he thinks he's so cool.
So like every time he would like start to do like a dance, like me and Brian are just like, no, like don't do it again, no, please.
And the people in the theater were like, "Can you please shut the fuck up? I'm trying to watch."
You know what's funny? The annoying, overly stupid comic relief character, I normally really don't like.
Oh, this Sheriff?
He was in the film for 2 minutes. Oh,
I was gonna say, I don't remember if he was in the film for that much. I didn't have a problem with him. Thought he had some amusing moments, but I never laughed, I think. His interactions with Stone were interesting. And I like when Jim Carrey just showed up after he had the Master Emerald. I thought that moment was funny, but yeah, I think they knew that this character wouldn't be that interesting because everyone's sick of this kind of cliche, so they didn't use him that much. It was, just there for plot reasons.
The character Wade, he's like a deputy police guy or whatever. In the first movie, he was the character that like was the closest to having me chuckle a couple times, even though I could see what they were doing with him. And it's funny because, like, I don't know if it's just because the rest of the movie was so bad and the humor was, like, so consistently bad, but, like, he was in this movie and, like, he had some of the best lines in the movie. Like, I don't know if it was just the context. I don't know if otherwise we would have thought it was that funny or we were just, like, looking for something funny, but, like, he had some lines that had us just laughing our butts off.
I don't agree. The only line
I don't either.
The only line that actually got me chuckling was when he was sitting down but not on the chair. And then he's like, oh, I didn't realize he was going to get up.
Yeah, that was funny.
So I liked him. He had some really funny lines. I liked him. So, okay, this is the part where you're screaming at your screen right now. You're screaming at me.
I don't think I've screamed yet. Don't worry.
I mean,
There are plenty of
I've
worse
probably
videos I've
screamed,
screamed at on ECUM before. You are not one of those because you're mostly just boring because you haven't said anything.
Arlo, it's a kids movie.
No,
I
I'm
not
screaming.
once did we say this in the stream to defend the film. Literally, we've been streaming for almost 3 hours. Not once did we defend this film with "it's a kids movie." So don't worry, Arlo. You're in good company here. Okay.
It's a kids movie. It's for just relax, man. Kids will think it's funny.
Relaxed.
And I talked about this in my review of the first movie, and I will repeat it now, even though I know it is pointless and no one will listen to it. And whatever, I'm still gonna
Just say it.
Hey, go on with it.
Kids movies can be good.
Wow.
Really?
Wow.
Thank you.
Stunning and
What?
brave.
Wow.
Fucking
Such a-
wow. What a
Really?
chat. I have never heard a single person have such a good take in my life. Congratulations. That is wow. Whoa.
Did you know kids' movies can be good?
No, Pixar
Zack
literally
Snyder
does not
told me
exist. I've heard that Zack Snyder animated film is good. Legend of the Guardians.
Yeah.
The Owls of Gahul or something like that. But anyway,
I've also heard it's good.
Yeah.
Yes.
but anyway, yes, children's movies can be good. Thank you, Arlo. I needed that.
Yes, a kid is more likely to enjoy this movie, and I will allow them to do so. I will.
Oh, good
Thank
on
you.
you,
I was
Arlo.
worried you were gonna go up to literally every child who liked the film and slap them until they said they didn't.
Stop them. Sure, but like a kids movie can also be good. Kids
Yes.
movies can appeal
Yes.
to both adults and kids. Like that, a successful family movie works for both.
I
Some
agree.
of my favorite movies of all time are kids movies. The Lego movie single-handedly proved that you can have the most kid-likey, like
Kid
the
like
most-
I think you meant kid friendly. Is that it? Kid liking.
Kid likey. It's not what you call like a, it's not like a weird name for like a nonce. It's a kid likey.
Kid like. Oh my god.
Kid likey.
Oh no. Why would you say that, Tim?
You likey the kid likey.
Oh no.
And
Silly, oddball, kid-centric humor that is still funny. It's not cliched, it's not copy-pasted garbage. It's still funny, and it's good for adults, and it's just a good movie.
Mitchell's
Yes,
versus the
Lord and
Machines
Miller
as
are
well.
very good at that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I just mentioned, yeah, Mitchell's versus the Machines, also Lord and Miller. Into the Spider-Verse, or also Lord and Miller. Cloudy with the Chance of Meatballs, also Lord and Miller. They're really good. Just watch all of them, their films.
For everybody. That's a thing that can happen when you, like, care and you try. You know? Oh, man.
Oh, so you're implying that people who made Sonic 2 didn't care, nor did they try. Which is, okay. You have yet to prove any of that, because you haven't provided basically any arguments in 30 minutes of this fucking video. But I'm sure we'll get there.
I'm gonna get roasted for this. Oh my gosh. Just saying stuff like
Yeah.
that. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. That's the way that it feels. If someone who wrote this movie does care about it, I'm sorry. I still hate it. I still
Okay.
think it's so... Oh, okay, sorry.
What the fuck was that?
Point is...
He just lost his mind. He's like, oh, the point is, okay.
I'm going back.
He does care about it. I'm sorry. I still hate it. I still think it's so... Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm sorry. I just gotta. I think it's bad. It's
Zack Snyder, Justice League.
me when I have a seizure in the middle of a movie review.
Yeah.
Do you think he edited any of this? Like,
He did
No.
not edit his audio,
No.
not one bit. He was watching back. He was like, I want to vaguely put visuals on screen of what I mentioned, but I'm not gonna give myself the trouble of actually editing the video. So I'm just gonna get screenshots from the trailer. And that is all he did. He was skimming through. He was like, I mentioned this character around this point in the video. I can drag this frame to like X point, and that's it. If you can assume that the people who made Sonic 2 did not care or try, I can also assume that he did not care or try while making this video. So, 2-way street.
Well, I mean, I think everybody like knows that feeling of when you're writing or just making a video in general, and just in the middle of your recording, you just suffer from epilepsy just all of a sudden. I think that's like a really nice decision that he made in this video to kind of, relate to all sorts of audiences.
Yeah, no, he actually was editing his audio, and every time he just didn't know how to put the audio tracks together. So every time there's like a huge pause, it's just he has Tourette's syndrome, So he just says something random. He just cut it out, and this time he forgot to do it. So yeah, I empathize with you, my guy.
I feel
Yeah,
bad.
sometimes you just gotta leave it in. You just gotta leave it in, let the audience just just relate to it.
Yeah, they gotta know your struggle, yeah.
Point is, kids' movies can be good. They don't have to be formulaic,
Definitely not.
focus-tested, copy-pasted.
You're repeating the point you made like 3 minutes ago. Can you please move on?
This is the same thing. that
It's
he
literally,
just
he's
said.
literally repeating himself. He's gonna end up having another like anger-induced seizure in like 30 seconds because he's just repeating the same thing.
You see, kids' movies can be good, and they don't have to be junk. Kids' movies can be good, but they don't have to be junk.
That's just the entire rest of the video.
Yeah, yeah. He doesn't just have to rest. He also has
It's just on
Alzheimer's,
loop.
and that's why he repeats himself all the time. It's a
It's
really
on
interesting
loop
video. It's
entire-
yeah. See, the point of this video is to bring attention to all these different disorders he has. That's what people do.
Mental health's a serious thing. I don't know why you're laughing.
Oh yeah.
Heels versus Babyface.
Kids will like it because they don't know any better. It doesn't excuse a bad movie. It's still a bad movie. Like it can still have good humor that's like natural and it's just genuinely funny. You know what they do?
I agree. I laughed a lot at certain points in this film. I don't know.
In this movie a whole lot, constantly. They'll just say a line that's like nonsense. They'll just say something and you're like, what are they even talking about? Oh, it's because they were setting up a joke.
Okay,
Like they
can
will
you please
shoehorn
give
in
me
as
an
many of
example?
these jokes as they can and just like
You're
wreck
certainly. Sorry, give me 1 sec because there is something wrong here.
What happened?
Sorry, I disconnected my microphone again. I need to buy a new cable. So I did not hear like the last 3 seconds of this video. So let me just rewind a bit.
these jokes as they can and just like wreck what people are trying to say because they're trying. Oh yeah, it's because they wanted to say that joke and they had to.
Please
like,
give me
force
an
it
example
in
for the
instead
love of
like,
God.
making it
I can't
natural.
think of an
Okay,
example.
also on the
Yeah.
whole kid.
Oh
I think-
my! Oh,
Okay,
he
so
just
he's
kind
just
of
moving on. Okay.
escalated there.
Yeah. Also, but I think I remember one moment where I was like, oh, that line, in retrospect, I know why they put it that way, but I think it feels a bit unnatural. But I don't even remember what line it was. Like, it works, but it feels a bit unnatural. And that's the only instance I remember. But he said the film is full of lines that just don't make any sense whatsoever, so who knows?
Yeah, I can't think of anything that's really fits that example. Also, they can be junk. They don't have to be junk.
Amazing.
Sky,
Movie
in
argument.
your next video, can you please do that?
Scream also from the top of my lungs. I'm actually gonna
Just
take a
randomly.
note. I'm gonna take a note to do that right now. Don't worry.
Just
I'll
no
in
do
reason.
that on my
next-
next one, my one as well.
Yes. In next video, scream. Also,
I'll do that in my Sonic
as
Unleashed
loud
video.
as possible at a random point.
I love how Arlo has given us more of these moments than anybody else combined.
Yeah. But that's what happens when you're unscripted. You just end up saying like stupid shit that you think is entertaining at first. There's a reason why you edit things to cut out the cringe bits that you didn't think were cringe at the time.
I
What
want an
is-
Az and Arlo collab.
It's just me versus her.
Yeah, as says, I thought the cinematography in Sonic 2 is just, it's just special effects scene, flat, and like I was like, yeah, that's a good point. Also, like, kids' movies don't have to be junk, and yeah, that's all I need in my life.
And the surprise cameo from Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, I thought the plot was me.
We're forming the Justice League.
Amazing.
The fandom murders.
this movie? Is this movie aimed at kids?
I don't
Or
know.
is it a love letter, quotes, packed with references that are
Can't it be
It could
both?
be both, Arlo.
Yeah.
It can be
Yeah.
both. Arlo.
It's
Is
like
this movie for kids or is it full of references?
well, it's like Detective Pikachu is obviously a kids movie, way more than Sonic 1 ever was. But that film's appealing to an audience that plays like Pokemon, which is a franchise that is like most people who play it are like 20, 30 years old. And like, I don't know.
To use actually a Sonic example, Sonic Generations is a kid's game, but it's also aimed towards the fans that are older, grew up with it all. So,
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like, yeah, you're gonna appeal to the people who have knowledge of these games. You're gonna be older people, but it's also like by virtue of what the games you're adapting are like, their tone, and by the tone you want to have your franchise, you can also aim that at kids and get positive results. And like you said, because something can be aimed at kids and still be good, be like a family good film that's good. So you don't have to do that.
also,
Directly. It's like Rango is like an animated film. I'd say it's aimed at kids, but it's also not like devoid of value from adults. I think adults would like Rango more than kids, depending on what you gain from it, because kids don't notice a lot of the stuff in it. So yeah.
Also, from my theatre experiences, a lot of kids understood the stuff that was going on and got excited. So, I don't know. And it's always good to bring in a new generation because that's how you keep your brand fresh.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I imagine the next Sonic game will sell a lot better with younger audiences by virtue of this film and the last being like really good advertisements of the character.
It's exactly what they aim for.
Yeah. CV, do you have to leave us now?
Yes.
Fuck off.
Yes, I do.
Thank God.
Wow, fucking faggot. But yeah, thanks for coming on, CV. It was fun learning that this film is really just junk. And also, your channel's in the description if anyone would like to check it out. So yeah, thanks for coming on, CV. We'll catch you later.
Thank you
Thanks
for
for
having
watching
me.
this checklist today.
Yes.
I did enjoy the checklist. I hope I can find more blueprints the next time I am on.
Of course.
All right.
Alright.
Goodbye.
Bye, CV.
Goodbye.
Alrighty. And then there were 4.
So now it's your
Down to the
turn to
hunt.
go.
Oh no. We just keep losing everyone, and then at the end it's just Jeb. It's not even me in the call, so nobody can hear anything. But it's just Jeb talking to himself.
Sounds like my everyday.
Exclusively for all of the 20 and 30 something people who grew up playing these games. Because I don't feel like they can have both in this case. Kids aren't going to get those references if they came to just enjoy it. Like, they don't know what those references are. They don't care. But then, like, if the references are for me, because I grew up playing the games, but it's a bad kids movie, what do I care about the references? You know, like,
What?
the references don't make it any less of a bad, dumb kids movie. Also, if it's a kids movie, why is it a kids movie? Most Sonic fans, most people who know who Sonic is are not kids. It's the classic mistake of
Arlo, you can't
What?
make an adult-rated kid like Sonic movie.
What the fuck are you?
I don't know what to tell you here. You're gonna make a family Sonic movie.
Like, the most
It's
logical
actually
thing
unwrong
would
if
be
he
to
wants a
make it a
Zack
kids'
Snyder Sonic
movie.
movie.
But what's happening? Sonic's mainly
I
for
don't understand.
7+. Oh, that explains what Sky had to say anything. I can't wait for Sky to hear this. But Sonic is literally aimed for 7+. Like, of course it's going to be a kids movie. That's his main
I understand.
brand.
I understand why references and being kid friendly are just why they compete with each other. I don't understand.
I mean, he is aware that, like, the parents are going to be taken by kids, right? And the reference could just be for the parents.
Oh, Sky, you ready for this? He doesn't understand why it's a kids movie when most of the fans are like 20 to 30-year-olds.
Then what? But he just said that good family films appeal to the entire family.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. It shouldn't be a kids movie. We want R-rated Sonic. Shut up to say fuck every 5
Zack
seconds.
Snyder's Sonic.
Yeah, that's what I
I'm
mean,
with that,
dude.
right?
We all needed the fucking Zack Snyder Sonic universe, but Warner didn't want to give it to us, so we got this bullshit instead. It's, man, you know.
Yeah, the
I agree with
checklist
Arlo.
shit.
We needed Zack Snyder.
Release for Shadow Cut.
The shadow cut.
of the out of touch studio executive to make a product using an IP, not for the actual audience of the IP, but for the audience they think it should have. You know, it's
Yeah,
like
you're gonna
Meanwhile-
appeal to new
Yeah.
audiences because that's okay. So if you only appeal to the audience you already have, it's gonna wane over time. If you are able to gain a bigger audience while also appealing to the audience you already have, it's only gonna grow bigger, and that's how you make money. Because whether you like it or not, films are products; they want more money. So yeah,
And not to use the fallacy, but given he's arguing audience perception, this film has been received better audience-wise than 1, and is performing better than 1 so far. So it's clearly working and appealing.
yeah.
the Pokemon thing. You can't say it's like this because it's for kids when we have seen raw data. The majority of Pokemon fans are not kids.
So you're proving my point. what I just said about Detective Pikachu, like a minute ago. How that film appeals to kids, but the audience is also mostly adults. So, what? But you said Detective Pikachu was much better. I'm so confused. What are you talking about?
Detective Pikachu isn't getting the praise that Sonic does. Mad. That's all it comes across when this gets brought up.
They are adults. That is a simple fact. Okay, so there's another thing. People.
I think that was a cut, because I noticed an audio change there. Let me just check.
That is a simple fact. Okay, so there's another.
Yeah, the audio quality definitely changed. So I think I think this is the first time he has stopped saying something. So that's like he probably recorded this in 2 sessions. That's what I assume.
Other thing people will inevitably say to me, and you better believe I got a whole spiel for it. They're gonna say, Arlo, relax, man. It's just dumb fun. You're not supposed to take it seriously. Just relax.
That is also not something we said, so don't worry. But he's arguing against these arguments like I'm not gonna say they're straw man, because I'm sure there are people who do say this, but these arguments are so weak that I don't see the point arguing against them. Like, maybe you should just focus on criticizing the film itself, which is something you still haven't done properly. In this 33 minutes, you still haven't used arguments against the film. I wouldn't say not at all, but almost not at all. So, yeah.
And enjoy it.
We're gonna say that?
I'm just like, if you really want to argue against things people have said, maybe go out and block, I don't know, reviews people have done, and I don't know, actually counter specific things people have actually said.
Yeah, so like
Online.
the Mahler way of including a certain like in his Outlast video, where he included a lot of reviews of Outlast to tackle the arguments people had to praise the game, and he used those to counter them and show how people have a weird misconception about the game. The same kind of principle.
Yeah.
Or Jay using that IGN review of the complete saga in her Lego Skywalker video. No, Skywalker, Lego Star Wars.
It's a weird thing.
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, it's a weird thing because what Holo's done has said arguments that have been shown to be said yet insulted the people that created on the film, and then was like, oh, I'm going to go for a few days, and be like, oh, is it safe to come out? It just comes across quite shitty.
Yeah.
For is I can do that. I can do that in some cases. Absolutely. You know, I've enjoyed movies and I just think it's dumb fun. I like it for it's not, you know, Pacific Rim, very flawed. It did have too much boring stuff, but like I still ended up thinking that the robot stuff was fun enough. I still enjoyed the movie. There has to be something there that is enjoyable for me to think it's enjoyable.
Wow. Really? You need to have something that you enjoy to actually enjoy it. Man, okay. I never thought of that. That's interesting.
Fucking big brain analysis here.
Yeah. He can't enjoy
Let's
something he
check.
doesn't enjoy. I mean, that recontextualizes everything.
I'm sorry, Arlo, I misjudged you.
Yes.
Yeah, we've been too harsh.
Yeah, I really hope CV watches the part of the stream he wasn't on, because I imagine there's just going to be more of these amazing things.
Do you know what I'm saying?
No,
I
I don't.
It's like when people like bad horror movies, and there are some horror movies that are so baffling and so bad that they're fun. But like, there are lots where people are like, "Oh man, it's funny, Sharkzilla or whatever," and it's like it's not even funny.
Sharkzilla.
It's not even good. There's no entertainment value. It's not good because I can't just relax and enjoy it because it's just not good. It's like saying, okay, here's a hamburger. Just enjoy the hamburger for what it is. You know, I don't mind that it's filled with gravel. They just put a bunch of gravel between the cheese and the lettuce.
But you haven't explained what the gravel in Sonic 2 is when compared to other films you find dumb fun. You need to explain to me what isn't fun in about Sonic 2 compared to other things like Pacific Rim, which is the example you gave, or bad horror movies.
and every 10 seconds someone runs up and slaps you in the face while you're eating. Just enjoy it for what it is. I can't. I'm sorry. Okay? I can't enjoy the good parts when I'm constantly just biting into rocks. It's like, and I really did try. Like, honestly, like, the best parts of the first movie were when you had just like this spectacle of just like Sonic is doing something fast and
But then you should love this film. The third act is just that. It's Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails fucking fighting a huge robot version of Robotnik. As he has the fucking Master Emerald, and then Sonic becomes Super Sonic. It's like, how can you not enjoy that then, if you like the spectacle the most?
Literally, the only action scene, well, one of two, that doesn't have Sonic going fast at all, is the dance scene. And then obviously the gun escape scene, but that doesn't include Sonic.
Yeah.
fighting robot, whatever, you know, or like the end where it's like, you know, like where it's just I can kind of like ignore all the outside stuff and for a few moments be like, whoa, I am sitting in a theater and I'm watching a Sonic movie. This is so cool. And they're just such tiny little snippets.
Tiny little snippet. It's the third act. Okay. I think he's talking about the first film still, right?
That because this movie was going to have a lot more, like...
Yeah, he's still talking about the first film. But even then, I don't think it's like small snippets. Isn't like the most of the climax in the first film him fighting Robotnik?
Yes.
Okay, then.
Sonic stuff, you know, emeralds and Knuckles and all, like a lot more imagery. I thought that would just automatically make it more enjoyable. But it's like...
as it should, yeah.
It has even more of that other asinine, annoying stuff that it's like I couldn't. I tried so hard to zero in, but every time I was about to start enjoying myself, something would come in. The horrible cliched one-liner would come in. A human character would be like, whoa, hey, look, parents, we're still here. Don't get bored.
What? No, the only one the human characters show up are the fucking Sonic's, I guess, parents when they're worried that Sonic is gonna die, so they're gonna help him. Like, once the Robotnik shows up, I'm fairly certain we barely see the humans beyond like two reaction shots.
Pretty much.
These boring cartoon characters, no, we're still, you know what I mean? Like, it never stopped. It never slowed down enough for me to just be like, whoa, Sonic is fighting Knuckles, and it's cool. Like, maybe just for like a few moments here and there, but then it just like instantly shattered, just right away. And just like, and I can't even stress enough, I know I've said it plenty, but just the human stuff. Like, it's just because the executive...
It is not that prevalent, dude. Chill. Like, he fights Knuckles, and then Robotnik steals the Master Emerald, and then Tails shows up, and flying the plane on the island, and then like that entire sequence does not have like intercut with humans. Last time we saw the humans was when Tails tried to follow Sonic, but he couldn't. And then the next scene, Tails is already flying the plane. Next time we see Tails, but there was like the entire scene with the fucking I guess labyrinth with Robotnik and Knuckles, and then them fighting and Sonic almost drowning. So like all of that, it doesn't have humans in it.
Are scared of making an actual Sonic movie. Just with any video game movie, they're scared of actually doing it. They need people to be able to relate to it, and the people who don't. So it's just, that's why the humans are there. And so it's just, just every time I wanted so badly to enjoy it, and it's just like, nah, look at this instead. Oh, Sonic is fighting the giant Eggman robot. Oh, this is finally getting good. And there's James Marsden and Tika Sumpter coming in their truck to bring back the whole family thing. Oh.
What?
Yes, to save Sonic.
So, if it was Knuckles and Tails driving the car, not changing anything, that's literally how the scene went, would the scene then have been good? No? Because they aren't humans? It's like, it's just like weird fucking standards. Like, just because they're humans, it isn't boring or whatever, because, I don't know, they're not aliens. Sounds like you just wanted to chew the Sonic game into a movie. Pretty much. I mean, it sounds like you wanted like an animated film that just was beats from a video game, like you said, especially 2D animation rather than live action. It's weird.
It's like I have Sonic in my heart.
Okay.
Like I have the childhood nostalgia. See, like whenever you see Sonic and Knuckles and Tails on screen all at once, just as a snapshot, there's definitely this little thing inside of me that's like, oh, like that's so cool. And
yeah, they had a really cool team up shot in this film when they were on the rubble.
Yes.
And then they realized that Sonic has to distract Robotnik, and that's how they're gonna beat him.
And then they do their team up moves, one for Sonic 4 and one for Sonic Heroes.
Yeah, but that's not faithful, so.
colors are striking, and then it looks, like it's Sonic and Knuckles and Tails, and they're on the big screen, and they came so close. It had so much potential to be exciting, but it just...
Yeah, sure.
I ain't done.
Oh, I thought you were, because you spent like 5 seconds without saying anything and you didn't finish your sentence, but yeah.
I'm not done. I got more. I'm getting tired, but I got more. Another issue that also made it really difficult to enjoy the parts that I should have enjoyed was like, okay, suspension of disbelief.
Mm-hmm.
It's necessary for basically any movie. I get it. Absolutely. But I have limits to how much I can suspend. Dark Knight Rises. Did not like that movie. Kind of hated that movie because like the first 2 movies made sense, and then
no. Well, that already. Well, yeah. The first 2 movies made sense. Yeah.
In the third one, all of a sudden, every action scene, everything that anyone does doesn't make sense. They use this wacky...
Yeah, but the fight scenes in The Dark Knight make perfect sense. I'm not gonna go with The Dark Knight, but Jesus, you're not showing really well your abilities here.
Cartoon logic, where it just everything. They try to do a thing, and you're like, that doesn't work that way. Why?
Joker as a character, you just described him.
Why did they do that? Why didn't they just do, you know what I mean? The thing that makes you like, I can't even suspend the disbelief. I can't immerse myself in the experience because I'm just yelling at the screen and being like, why would you do that? That's not how those things work. So, like, Sonic and Tails and Knuckles, their powers are completely inconsistent the entire time. So off the wall inconsistent that, like, all of us were just like, what the heck? Why did that happen? It's just like with Sonic, like, why didn't you take the map? Why didn't you just zip over there and take the map out of his hands,
You already
This
explained.
bad guy. Like, oh, Eggman's about to grab the emerald. Run over there!
But he was already... Okay, so I don't think you understand how these things work. He was standing right next to the emerald. He had his hands open. The moment he sees Sonic is gonna run there, he's gonna grab the emerald, and then it's done. The same thing that happened will continue to happen.
Not even that. If Sonic tries running, Knuckles grabs him.
Would he? Because by that point, Knuckles would know that Eggman betrayed him, right? Well,
No,
but he also
when...
doesn't want Sonic to get the emerald anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, that could be a good point. But it's also like he was just fighting Knuckles, right? Both of them would be extremely tired, which they are, and then Knuckles almost dies right after. So yeah, running there with would not have worked in any capacity.
Run over there. It changes from shot to shot.
What
in
changes
this
from
shot,
shot to shot?
Sonic, like Tails, is zipping over the landscape just as fast as Sonic. And over here, in this shot, Knuckles is faster than Sonic.
When? I have no idea when you're talking about.
You can't just vaguely say this shot.
Yeah. I need examples. I don't remember any times where Knuckles was faster than Sonic. Because, like, I thought the point was that and this is from no knowledge from the games whatsoever. The point was that Sonic was faster, Knuckles was stronger, but he was still really fast. It's not as fast as Sonic, and Tails has the ability to fly, and he has the gadgets, and that's like each of their special abilities, I guess. Jeb would be able to confirm better, but that's what I got from it, and that's fairly
Pretty
consistent.
much.
Yeah. But okay.
he's like beats him somewhere. But then in this other scene, of course, Sonic is back to being fast. And in this
No idea
scene,
where
Sonic is running, but he's not like pew Sonic running. He's just like just run. It's like why are you running that slow? It just doesn't.
I have no idea what you're saying. Okay, I don't know. You need to give me to cite me what scene you're talking about.
Just the whole time, the most ridiculous, frustrating movie logic. Like I can suspend it. I promise you. Plenty of movies that I forgive because at least I can be immersed. And this one is just like, no, this is every single shot is just stupid. And like that, oh
If
my
you
gosh.
say so.
And that's the thing. It's not even just the action. It's not even just the inconsistent powers. The whole movie is filled with just nonsense.
Such
Just
as?
nonsense. Just
Such
things
as?
that happen and you're like, that doesn't
Such
make any
as?
sense. Nonsense. Because that's
Such
the way
as?
that they wrote it. So
Such
that's
as?
the way that they
Slight one.
shot it. Even though it doesn't read.
Such
It doesn't
as?
come through that way. So like
Such as?
James Marsden,
There.
his sister-in-law is marrying this guy. And the whole joke is he's like this super good looking, big, huge buff guy. And they're like playing a
Oh,
sport or
you
something.
told me about this, Jeb.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, I did.
let's let him finish.
And the big buff guy has all of his bros and they're all big and buff. And all of a sudden, they're writing James Marsden to be like the nerdy little dweeb.
They literally never do that. Like, there's a moment where he flexes his muscles even. The point isn't that he's weak. The point is that these guys are, like, extremely athletic. And they're being way too aggressive about a simple, like, volleyball game. To a point where it seems like they want to humiliate him. And James Marsden is just, playing along because he doesn't want to cause, like, a scene in this wedding. Because his sister-in-law is someone who doesn't like him and he wants to prove her wrong. And, just have everything go fine. That's the idea. It was never that he isn't strong. But either way, he's not as strong as the other guys are. The other guys are fucking huge. They're ripped. Which is also very consistent considering they're part of fucking Gun. They're special agents. There's a point to them being so fucking strong. James Marsden isn't, like, as athletic as they are. He's also just strong, but he's not the same level.
Also, James Marden's, Tom, literally punches Randall in the face.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Trying to go up against these guys, and he looks over at his team of people that we don't know, and they're dweebs or whatever.
What? No, they never show his team. They only show him.
No,
Right?
they do show his team.
No, they do.
No, I think it's one. He apologizes at one point, but I don't. I never thought the point was that his team is full of dweebs. I just thought that they were focusing on him, and he was apologizing because he couldn't do anything.
And like, James Marsden is ripped. He's ripped. He's also a big buff guy. So like, the husband guy is like, oh, hey, show me your muscles. And he shows his big, huge muscle. And then James Marsden's like, oh, and like flexes
What?
his muscle. And this giant bicep bulges out of his shirt. They're
Yeah.
trying to communicate to us that he's a weak little dweeb.
No, the point is that he was uncomfortable because of the attitude that guy had, but he played along because he wanted to be friendly with him. The point was never that he's weak. Why do you think they would write a joke about him being weak when they have fucking James Marsden as the actor? Do you think they're retarded? So stupid.
And he's just objectively not. But that's the way they wrote the scene.
It is not,
That's
though.
the way they wrote this. James Marsden is he's a lame little guy compared to like it doesn't.
No.
I'm just constantly like what? Why are they just assuming that makes sense? And
Okay, so you cited
No.
two examples, one of which we countered earlier, another which we just countered. Both are wrong. And you keep saying that they're full of moments where nothing makes sense. If you can please stop repeating yourself that nothing makes sense, like you have for a minute and a half, you can cite more examples. I would appreciate it.
that works. And the effects were bad.
Oh, No. What? So he's not giving more examples. He just said the worst thing ever. And yeah, he. I can't.
And the effects were bad.
I cannot believe he said this.
The effects were not good. I mean, like, they're serviceable most of the time, but like, and I thought, like, this is probably just me, but like, no, like, all my friends were just like, wow, that looked really bad. Like, there's so many different scenes where it just doesn't look good. They clearly
Such as?
rushed it.
No. The film looks brilliant. It is some of the best CGI I've ever seen. Other than the avalanche scene where I thought the compositing of Jim Carrey onto the scene felt a bit off, I don't really have any complaints in regards to CGI.
That's why I said bear in mind for the rushing thing.
The other movie came out a couple of years ago. They rushed this movie. There are some shots where I mean, like, it doesn't help that when I was ordering the tickets, I thought that the screen was on the other side. So I was trying to order seats that were like further back, and I ended up putting them pretty close to the front.
You're fucking retarded. How do you not know where the screen is when you're buying the ticket? Doesn't it show like where the screen is comparatively to where your seat is when you're buying it? Because that's
for me.
Yeah. Okay.
So we had a big close-up view. Probably didn't help, but like there were a lot of scenes where just like there's just an effect, and you're like, that looked bad.
Such as, and then he shows this shot, which is just brilliant. This shot looks beautiful.
Look good. It didn't turn out right. And even like the animation isn't that good. The way that the characters
You can't just say things. Can you please tell me at least an example of a moment where it looks bad?
Like, it's okay, but it really isn't that expressive or anything. And like,
not that expressive, and then you show this shot of fucking Knuckles, and you can tell his expression perfectly. Like, what are you saying?
Little things, like Knuckles, they look like plush toys.
No. They don't look... What? These are spikes. How the fuck do they look like plush toys? Like fur and spikes.
Plush toys.
Okay.
Like, it's definitely improvement over the old design, but then like Knuckles has like gloves instead. Like his fists, they're like gloves, but they're like these big plushy gloves, and it just...
I agree the gloves look a bit rubbery, but...
Do you want to know why?
Sure.
They're based on boxing gloves.
Well, I actually thought that's what I was gonna say if you hadn't interjected. Because yeah, I was like, I think this works for what it's going for. I just think it does look rubbery.
And by the way, that's faithful to the games because Knuckles is a boxer type character. Even his idol animations had a boxing.
Yeah, but faithfulness isn't a thing.
It makes him look like a big plushy stuffed animal or something. Here's another thing. I got so many things.
Man, this shot looks great. He has to stop putting these VFX shots on screen because they're just proving him wrong. Like, this looks really good. Look at this fur, the level of detail. The reflection on his eyes. It looks so good.
I already hate all of the sappy human stuff. The first movie, it felt so forced. It was just like this whole theme of friendship. Oh, you're my friend, aren't you? Yeah, it turns out we're friends, and friends is what makes the hearts happen and beat the...
Jeff, did you say that's, like, consistent with the games?
Bad guy.
Well, funny thing you say that. It's Sonic Adventure 1. The reason why I go there is because it's the most strong and where it kind of really begins. Sonic has to draw the positive energy from the Chaos Emerald, and all his friends are cheering him on in the crowd.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, friendship is sappy and cringe.
Sonic Unleashed, all about friendship. Sonic 06, they all work together as friends. Sonic Adventure 2, they work together and become friends. Sonic Generations, they all encourage Sonic as friends. Sonic Heroes, about the power of teamwork. I think that's because it's a pattern ongoing, but never
Yeah, but
mind
it's
me.
sappy and cringe and human. Sonic is a hedgehog, he's not human.
I don't think Arlo has really played the Sonic games. Truthfully.
Like, it's already so, and then this one is about being a hero and taking responsibility, blah, blah, blah. And, like,
Yeah.
it's already uncomfortable and weird and boring. But now, the theme in this movie is he's not their friend, he's their son. And,
Yeah.
like, I get the relationship. He's young, they want to protect him, and there's even
Yeah.
one part in the movie where she's like, let's go get our son. And, like, it's kind of heartwarming that she would refer to him that way. It's kind of like, oh man, it's like, it's nice. Like, that's nice. But then
Yeah.
they go too far. Then, like, at the end of the movie, he calls James Marsden dad. Like,
Why
whoa,
is that an
whoa,
issue?
whoa. Pump the brakes.
Why is that an issue? He's learning that he has a lot of place to grow in terms of his maturity, and because he's so young and he doesn't have the experience he needs to have to be, you know, fully mature. And by admitting that he is their son, he's admitting that, you know, he isn't the mature person he thought he was in the beginning of the film. He isn't as strong as he thought he was, which is also the point of him, you know, not being supersonic anymore.
You can't, like, you can kind of say he's like their son, but to the point where he's literally calling them mom and dad. This is a Sonic movie. This is the Sonic movie that I am watching in a theater. It
is
got
indeed.
Sonic calling James Marsden and Tika Sumpter mom and dad. I'm your son now. I live in the real world in your house with your dog, and I'm your little baby Sonic boy.
Never said he's their little baby Sonic boy. Can you not say that? Because that is something I never wanted to hear in my life. But no, he's just their son. Chill.
What?
Oh, okay.
Wow. Why? What is that? It's so weird and
Why?
awkward.
Why?
And like the ending, it ends, of course, Tails abandons wherever he came from. Who cares? Because they don't care at all. And
He got bullied.
They made a point about how he had no one, which is why he looked up to Sonic. That's like his first dialogue with Sonic.
He literally got ridiculed on his planet.
He straight up says he has no friends.
Yeah, he said,
Like,
growing up, I had no friends.
what reason would he have to go back?
Yeah, he's found someone who actually appreciates him for who he is, and who is going to help him grow, and who he looks up to. It's like, wow, maybe, you know, it is worth sticking around.
And we only know about Tails because of all that. Oh my gosh, that's the thing I didn't even mention, the exposition dumps. The story, the plot is so bad.
Yeah, this is something I thought people would actually have issues with when I was watching the film, and that I thought was stupid, and it reminded me a lot of James Gunn style dialogue, where people assume it's exposition dump just because it is dumping exposition on you, but it's not like in a bad way. It makes sense character-wise for Tails to say that when he does, given the circumstances. So it's like, it is character building exposition. So he gives his backstory, and that is what informs what his decisions are during that scene and how that scene's going. So I don't think it's bad exposition. It is integrated well within the story.
Knuckles has the same. So like when he says about him being the last of his tribe and how that came about, that's him explaining his motivations to Sonic.
Yeah, he even says you're the same, and it's like, yeah, we all know he's the same. The point isn't to deliver exposition to the audience, is to show how Knuckles has realized that even though Sonic has lost everything, he hasn't lost hope.
That like every once in a while, someone will just be like, blah, 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 blah. I come from this place, and just these exposition dumps, which is always a mark of just terrible writing. And
you need to tell me why it's bad within the context. You can't just say they're explaining where they come from is bad, because there are moments where it is warranted for a story to tell you where a character comes from, such as, you know, when Tails does so. I still propose to take a shot every time a reviewer says something bad without explaining a challenge. Oh, we would be dead by this point. I'm glad we didn't do that.
And a bad story is when you have to keep just like dumping all this info. But even then, the info doesn't even fill in all the blanks. So That's a whole other thing. So at the end, Tails abandons his world that he can. My home world. What's your home world? Where do you live? What is this multiverse? There are apparently.
Wait, multiverse?
I don't know. The only thing that was referenced in that is Eggman. Just saying the multiverse.
Oh yeah, he said he wanted to conquer the world, and then the universe, and then the multiverse, right?
Yes, but that's it.
Yeah, but okay. So that's really stupid to say that confirmed is a multiverse. But whatever. But yeah, why do we need to know what home planet it is? What would you change? It's like, I'm abandoning my home planet. And he's like, oh, what home planet? It's like, I don't care. It is his home planet. It doesn't matter. If you call it Flongolthorpe, it's not going to change. Or if you call it Mars, it's literally going to be the same thing. It doesn't matter what the name of the planet is.
Aliens everywhere, and nobody's even like acknowledging that.
Nobody's
Gun
acknowledging that. That's why they
exists.
created Gun. Yeah. Oh man, this guy has like genius level intellect. Fucking Robotnik levels of intelligence here.
Knuckles, same thing. Oh, I left my family behind.
No, he didn't leave his family behind. He's the last echidna. Everyone's
They-
dead. He came here to get the Master Emerald. He was looking for where the Master Emerald was. It's on Earth. That's why he came to Robotnik
And although,
with Robotnik.
so here's something neat. There's a prequel comic for the Sonic 2 film. It's not necessary to understand the story, but it adds some extra content.
Mhm.
So, for example, those opening creatures, they actually kidnapped Knuckles, and were forcing him onto missions.
Oh, that's interesting. So that explains even further why he would abandon his home. But even then, it doesn't matter because all the echidnas are dead. He's the last one. They make a point of it.
Exactly.
Blah blah. I'm your friend now. I used to be this intergalactic warrior, and now I'm their son. Like they're
What? Their son? What are you talking about? Knuckles is nobody's. He never says I'm their son. Sonic is the one who says that he's their son. And yeah, I hate it. It's like, oh, I'm your friend now. That scene is the best scene in the film. And you're boiling it down to that is really sad to see.
a family now. Like the end scene. I'm watching a Sonic movie. Watching a Sonic movie. Oh man, big Hollywood Sonic movie. And it ends with Sonic and Tails and Knuckles playing baseball and Sonic calling a guy dad. And then they all.
Yeah, as I said, that's the hero's journey. You know why? So let's get back here. So there is the return to the ordinary world with the elixir. That is that portion of the story, you know, when these characters, they go back to normal, to living their normal lives, having gone through it, going to the ordinary world with all their experience, you know, as well as the resurrection being the supersonic part. As I said, it's a very simple hero's journey kind of thing. But it's basically the idea of showing how far you've come by going back to basically where it all started. So it's the same reason why you see in A New Hope there's that shot of the two suns, and then in Rise of Skywalker, Rey returns to Tatooine. It's like, even though story-wise that seems like stupid, the reason why it was done is to show how far we've come from the beginning of the story to now where it supposedly ends. It's the same thing here, show the growth of these characters and how much they've changed over the course of these two films.
all decide to go get some ice cream, and Knuckles jumps in and they all jump in, and Knuckles is like, ha ha, I am the warrior of ice cream, ha ha, and they all jump in.
Does he say that? I don't remember saying warrior of ice cream.
He never says that.
I think he just said he wanted ice cream.
He said,
I think he asks what ice cream is, right?
yeah, and he went, does it have grapes? Which is a reference to the Sonic 3 manual that says his favorite food is grapes.
Right. And then he mentioned sprinkles, and I was like, oh, I heard they have sprinkles.
Yes.
Yeah.
In their nice, brand new Toyota truck and drive off into the sunset. That's the Sonic movie that I just saw.
It is indeed. Well done.
Yeah,
That's the Sonic movie that I just saw. That's how it
Yes,
ended.
congratulations.
Now Sonic and Tails and Knuckles are the little baby boys of these people.
No.
Could you please stop calling them baby boys?
Yeah.
It's gross.
You can be a child and be, not a baby boy. I'm 19. I'm still my parents' child. So, yeah.
They're kids now.
No. They're not. It's just Sonic. Sonic is the only one who said dad. Chill. They don't
Like,
even know
specifically-
fucking Tails and Knuckles properly yet. They even say, I really, I forgot her name, Tom's girlfriend. She says,
Maddie.
yeah, she says, I like his new friends, especially the red one. It's like, they're his friends. That doesn't mean that they're children now. It's like, chill.
They're kids gonna live in their house and have slumber parties. That's the Sonic movie. That's Sonic 2.
Yeah.
And
Man, the CGI looks so good. It's actually insane.
post credits.
Oh yeah.
The big thing. I'm glad I didn't get it spoiled. And you know what? Even though this is a spoiler review, I won't say it here, just in case. Just in case. But I will say
46 minutes into your 52-minute like full spoil review, you're not gonna say what the post-credit scene is. That's alright.
it did have me whooping and hollering just because of like just because of it. But like it so wasted on this movie. I in that moment I could not help but imagine a timeline where there was a good Sonic movie. No,
Yeah, we are in that timeline.
Yeah,
There's a
we're-
good Sonic
we're in
movie,
this
and
one.
it's called Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Yeah.
not just a good Sonic movie. They're creating a Sonic cinematic universe. There's
Aren't they doing that already?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's
Oh,
a Knuckles series, Sonic 3, and there's talks of a Tails project.
Neat.
going to be a third one. There's going to be a Knuckles show. It's a dream come true. And then at the end, this big revelation is just like, it would be so good, but it was just wasted.
If you say so.
Just wasted.
Okay.
So to wrap things up, I didn't like this movie.
Yeah, no
I
shit.
didn't have high expectations.
Really?
I wasn't expecting Shakespeare.
Man, look at this shot. Like, I'm sorry, but he says the effects look bad, but you can see the individual, like, strands of, I fucking forgot the name, but in his gloves, right? And then you can see all the details, like, there's some small marks on his socks, because they're worn out. And then the shoes, you can see the pores. It's like, this looks so good.
You know, I wasn't expecting the best movie ever. I expected just like, it's kind of fun. But it still managed to be just a confusing, cliched mess. Just a mess. The whole thing was rushed. It's clear that they rushed out the script. They wrote a
If you say
treatment.
so.
They said, that works. It checks all the boxes. Get it in production. Rush the effects. Rush everything.
Oh, it's clear that this video was just like, I gotta get this review out, so let's just rush this process, let's just rush this review, no, don't even edit it, just get in front of your mic and talk, don't write a script, and they just put it out. So, yeah.
And just do it. Because who cares? They'll go anyway. They'll buy it anyway. You know, it's just like, I don't want to be one of those people that says, you only like this thing because it's because I hate that. I hate it when people do it to me, and it's just wrong. And like, if you're like, no, I love the movie, I'm not going to be like,
Yeah, I
you
love the
only like
movie.
it because it's Sonic. But like,
Not really, I'm not a Sonic fan, so don't worry.
so I'm not saying that, but I am saying that I am confused. I'm very confused with this and the first movie. The first movie looked so bad, and everyone thought it was the worst looking thing ever.
Yeah, because the first trailer was awful, and then the second trailer was good, after especially they fixed the design to look really good. So, yeah.
And all they changed was Sonic. They didn't change anything else.
No. The first trailer, in terms of tone and everything, it looked really bad. The second trailer felt way more fun and not as like generic blockbuster film. That's like the big thing, I think. And especially like when you delay a film for a year just to fix something because of fan feedback, that gains a lot of respect from your audience. People are gonna be more willing to give you a chance. So like, I was not super excited, but I was like, I'm gonna watch this film anyway because I want to reward the fact that these people went through the trouble of changing the design to better fit what fans expect from it, because it is something that we should encourage.
Exactly. And I could say, as a Sonic fan, that first trailer was the antithesis of Sonic. That second trailer was, until Sonic 2 came along, an embodiment of Sonic.
Except the of Sonic, and everyone loved it. And now it's the same, just the same.
The same.
The same schlock.
Yeah.
And people like it. People love it. Are you? I mean, I don't want to say it's just because it's so, but like if it was.
You have already said that 5 times, but you really do want to say it, right? Because if you're not, you wouldn't be repeating yourself.
Wasn't Sonic? Would you? I don't know.
Yes, it is good. It is fun. I'm not a Sonic fan. Zod 10, you're not Sonic fans, or big Sonic fans, at least from what I know.
I literally haven't played any of the games, and I literally have like little to no experience. Love the film.
Yeah, it's like,
Getting people rip on all these other bad kids movies, and the only difference exclusively between them and this is that
this one is good. Yeah,
has Sonic in it, and that's where I'm confused. I will think of more things to say about this movie. I will.
Okay.
Please don't.
You cannot have possibly just said this at the 49-minute mark of a 52-minute video where you said you waited to make this video instead of doing it right as you walked out of the theater because your fans deserve that, because you owed it to the people who watch your content, and then just go, I'm gonna think of more stuff. No, you cannot say that at the end of your video. You should say that to yourself before you start recording this video. And then you write down the notes, so when you're making this video, you mention these things, the more things you want to say. It's so fucking stupid, oh my god.
We'll think of others I want to point out, and I will be genuinely upset that I didn't remember to say them here, because this is the only chance I've got. This is the...
Yeah, so maybe you should have fucking waited and scripted your video and rewatched the film to take notes.
Meanwhile, Arlo announced he's doing a follow-up video to this.
Jeb.
Yeah.
You're not gonna make us cover that, are you?
I don't think so. Because I think it's just gonna cover what the flack was.
We shall see then.
The thing. This is my video on the Sonic 2 movie. But I gotta wrap it up. I gotta stop somewhere. So I'm stopping right here. Okay, I actually do have one more thing.
Oh, fuck.
There's a whole subplot where Sonic can't swim, and he doesn't like the water. And then, like, when that culminates into the thing where he's drowning in the water, you don't play the drowning theme?
It does.
Yeah. I had heard of this. I think it wasn't the server that you all mentioned, saying I knew it had the drowning theme. So, yeah. He's just wrong. There's not much to say. He's just wrong.
Dun, 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 dun. Like, really? That was an easy one. That was a gimme.
Also,
Shit.
if they did it as in like literal that would have been so tonally out of place, and that would have been pandering. Blending it in with the already soundtrack has made it so much better.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it was. He was listening for the theme rather than getting the motif and incorporating it into the soundtrack of the scene.
Same as the last one, I will say, you will probably like it. You probably
did.
did like it.
Yeah.
You probably like it.
Yeah.
Most people like it.
Yeah.
And I don't get it. I do not understand it. Not even almost. But if everyone's happy, that's great. You know, there could just be a lot about this movie I just don't understand because I'm not a big Sonic fan, but that's not it though. It's that the jokes are bad. Being a Sonic fan doesn't make jokes good.
Jesus Christ! I
don't
love
know
how he's
whether
like,
he's-
he's like, I'm gonna open myself to the possibility of being wrong, but actually, I'm not fucking wrong. This film is unfunny. That's hilarious. He's just not willing to hear on the other side, is he?
I don't know how much of a Sonic fan he generally is, but I've seen him miss numerous things, so I can only assume. I don't know. Maybe he just enjoys some of the games and doesn't really follow it as much as someone like myself would.
Yeah, that's what I expect. He's like a casual fan of the games.
Happy for everyone. Sonic fan base is happy. They're eating well. And that's great. And it's great.
You literally called it gravel, Arlo.
So that's it. I'm going to lose a lot of subscribers. I lost a
I hope
couple
you do.
hundred after the last review. And this one is going to lose more. And that's
The
okay.
last review, does he mean the review about the first film, or does he mean like the last video he posted?
The Sonic 1 review.
Oh, okay.
That's okay. If you feel that my opinion on this is not acceptable, you cannot support me anymore. I
This feels so manipulative.
fully understand. I give you permission.
Oh yeah, I need your permission to
Okay, thanks.
unsubscribe for your channel. Yeah, thank you.
This almost made me unsubscribe. Not its video, this.
Blessing to unsubscribe. Oh boy. Okay, so why don't you go down to those comments and let me know what you thought about the Sonic 2 movie. I'm not going to be reading those comments.
You said earlier in the video, maybe I missed something about the scene, so please explain to me in the comments. And now you're saying you're not going to be reading your comments. So isn't that a bit disingenuous of you to do? To just be like, maybe I missed something, maybe I'm wrong, so tell me. But also, I'm not going to read you telling me that I'm wrong, so I'm going to continue having this opinion. That is terrible thing to say in your fucking video. Terrible. You should not do that.
I'm going to try not to read anything because I'm going to hear the same things, and I just don't. It's fine. You like the movie's cool. Awesome. I will say, we all had this same feeling too, me and my friends. We were all like, I was feeling sort of optimistic about the Mario movie because even if it's like a mess, it might still be like an entertaining mess. But after this, it's just kind of like, oh man.
But they're not even the same companies.
Oh, this? What's that mean?
Well, I'm confused. Who is making the Mario movies? Do they have anything to do with Sonic 2?
Illumination.
No, yeah, I know Illumination, but like in terms of like maybe producers or the director, writer, something. Untitled Illumination Entertainment Super Mario Project. Let's see if there's anything. Writer Matthew Fogel, directors Aaron Hovarth, Michael Jelenic. Let's see if they have any credits on.
I already know they do not.
No. Let's see this one. Writer? No. Animation department, maybe. No. Yeah. Okay, so this one, no. Let's see the next one. Producer, no. Sonic. Not writer either. Not even additional crew. Come on, animation at least. No, that's not it either. Yeah, so these three people at least, the writer and the directors, have nothing to do with Sonic. So I'm very confused. It's not even the same fucking production company, but whatever.
And I wouldn't expect any animators because Saga uses an Eternal company.
Yeah, and Illumination already has their team of animators for their productions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I kind of want to. I really hope we don't have to go through this again. We're going to be standing in the same spot outside the theater saying this. I hope not. But man, this really hasn't gotten me hopeful for Mario. But I'll see you for Mario. You know what? I'll see you later this year. talking about the Mario movie, whatever that is. So, bye.
That was
Well,
Arlo.
that was a video.
Oh, all right.
A really
That's
bad
his
one.
worst video.
Do you watch this content, Jeff?
Yes, that's definitely his worst video I've ever made.
Right. Oh, he posted his follow-up video 9 minutes ago. Well, that's
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Oh,
But the inevitable statement addressing my Sonic 2 review, 27 minutes long. So
Oh, well,
you
not covering that.
you go watch that, Jeb, and then you tell us. All right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
he also made a video on the Skywalker Saga. Did you watch that? Because I'm curious what he'd say about it.
I have not watched that yet.
So do, Jeb. I won't, but you do. But yeah, so that was a video. Really terrible fucking video.
Mm.
And it's like 1 a.m. for these people, so I'm probably gonna wrap up fast. But I guess final thoughts. Very bad. Did not fucking elaborate on his points basically at all. Which definitely hurt this video because he's so negative about a film that he barely has nothing to say about it, because most of it was just him sighing or cutting himself off mid-sentence, so I don't really know what he's saying. Felt very rushed as a video, which is funny considering his statements about the film being rushed, but such is life. So yeah, not great. My opinions on Sonic 2 haven't changed basically at all from this. So yeah.
It reminds me, like, all this stuff he was saying about, like, oh, I'm gonna think of stuff later that I could have added, or I'll keep thinking about other stuff that I could say, or all this other shit.
Mhm.
Reminds me of, like, recently, like, I've been recording for my own stuff,
Mhm.
and then I got to a section where I was like, no, wait, hang on, this isn't. No, I haven't fleshed this out properly at all.
Uh-huh.
So what I did, instead of continuing to record it anyway, I stopped and I've gone back to rewriting this section pretty much from scratch to try and, make sure the points are fleshed out properly. But, or I could have just deleted the whole thing and just made it up off the top of my head.
One thing I remember Mahler saying that in EFAP that I've always thought was like, yeah, that's a really good point. When you're editing, that's your last like draft, right? That's your last time you can redraft. So you're hearing your points, you're like wondering how to cut them. You're hearing yourself talk. It's like, no, that's the last moment you have to redraft, but you're still redrafting. So if he just posted this video and didn't really listen to what he was saying, that's kind of what this feels like. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said because he never listened back to what he said. So like you said, you were recording, you're like, oh, I didn't flesh this out. When you're recording, when you're editing, there's all times when you're redrafting. It's time to get back to the drawing board and write a bit more, flesh out a point a bit more. Arlo did not flesh out any of his points, and I feel like if he had spent more time trying to edit this and make it feel like more of a production of a video rather than just him ranting like endlessly without adding any like arguments or examples for what he's saying, I think it could have been a better video just in terms of like production of knowing what he's saying and having an idea of what moments he's referencing. Because like when he's talking about how Knuckles is faster than Sonic at a point, I'm like, I have no idea what you're saying. You're just saying, well, this shot and this shot, but I don't know, because the shots you're showing aren't the actual shots from the film you mean. So it just makes you confused. So yeah, I agree with Zod in conclusion.
If I had some final thoughts, it would have to be that some of it, that this video is the very definition of speak for yourself, motherfucker.
Yeah, pretty much. It also felt like extremely just like, oh yeah, I don't like humans. This film has human moments, therefore bad.
Yeah, just like, plus like as you said before, like I literally took down notes just to actually have a sort of coherent thought for what I was saying. And this is a stream where it's expected that there's going to be dead air. This motherfucker is a video, like just suppose notes and planning is encouraged.
Yeah, next time you want to talk about a film in a YouTube video, maybe just write down some notes of what you gotta say. That's something that I do as well. When like I just get out of the theater, I like to write down some notes at some certain points because I know I'm gonna forget things because of I gotta get home and then probably go to sleep and then only talk about the film the next day. So if you're gonna make a video, especially, it's very nice that you do take notes, so you actually have an idea of where you want to go, what your train of thought is. And maybe think about these notes afterwards before you start recording to see, do I agree with this? Can I elaborate on this? And that's kind of where you go from. Yeah, I don't know. Felt really rushed.
Yeah.
Jeb, do you have anything to say before we part ways?
I do. As the one who recommended this video, I find this a dire state of how a YouTuber fails at criticism and fails to take accountability for that, because Arlo's actions after this were quite shitty. I think it's one thing to not like the film, but if you're going to make a video arguing why it's bad, you need valid arguments. Truth is, he didn't. I still don't even know properly his arguments.
I don't think even he does.
Exactly. And he keeps flip-flopping at points, so his principles are kind of hard to understand. The most you get is he doesn't like the perception around Sonic compared to Detective Pikachu. Which, okay, sure. The way he's gone about it after is as if people are unreasonably criticizing him, and there's obviously going to be the minority that does that, but the majority I've seen have lent genuine criticism that he's gone out of line without justifiable reason, insulting the creators of the product without any substance behind it, and even at points misrepresenting the film is outright disingenuous. So I was very annoyed with Arlo because he can make good content, and he has done. So I hope his follow-up video shows some accountability.
Yeah.
It's his worst video, and it's probably the worst Sonic 2 review I've seen.
Yeah, and by virtue of it being a Sonic film, you can bet there are a lot of people who are just gonna write it off by being like, "See, it's a cringy video game film, so I'm not even gonna." So I'm going and assuming it's gonna be bad because it is bad.
Exactly.
Are you still gonna watch a Les Mark Sonic 2 review? I don't think so. Potentially, if we do a second stream on Sonic 2, but I think that it'd take a while because I would need to rewatch the film before doing that. Another stream, so I'll probably have to wait until it's out on Blu-ray. So it should take a while. Because I don't think I'm gonna go to the theaters again to watch Sonic 2, because, I barely have time to watch a film. I'd rather not rewatch a film when I can rewatch it at home.
I hate you.
I also hate myself, don't worry. So yes, thanks everyone for watching. It has been fun. It has also been long. Well, long for us. 4 hours is quite long. It is like 1 a.m. for these fucks, so I guess they got to sleep or something. I don't know what that is. But yeah, I hope you catch y'all next time. And watch Sonic 2. Goodbye.
Blah blah.
Farewell.